Rita, we're ready. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Dental Assistant Council meeting. My name is Deandra Epps Robbins. I am the chair of the Dental Assistant Council. Today is Thursday, February 6, 2025. The Dental Assistant Council meeting is being held in person with additional public participation through WebRx. For those who wish to participate online, please log in to the WebEx website provided on the posted agenda for this meeting. Instructions to connect to the meeting are provided on the agenda. The preferred audio connection is via telephone and not the microphone and speakers on your computer. The phone number and access code will be provided as part of your connection to the meeting. During each call for comments from the Dental Assistant Council members and speakers, we will ensure that all comments that can be accommodated are heard before proceeding with the agenda. This is an official meeting of the Dental Assisting Council. The council welcomes public comments on any item on the agenda, and it is the council's intent to ask the public comments prior to the council's taking action on any agenda item. The DCA moderator will explain the process for providing public comment shortly. For individuals participating via WebEx, when called upon, the moderator will give the individual permission to unmute themselves, and they will have 2 minutes to make public comment. The moderator will audibly announce when 30 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the 2 minutes have lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. Only one comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. Depending on the number of people who would like to testify on a particular agenda item, a total time limit may be imposed. We ask all speakers to please stay on topic and not repeat testimony already provided. If you agree with testimony already provided, please just state your name and that you are in support of any comments previously provided. I would like to ask the DCA moderator to please explain how public comments will be taken during this meeting.
This is the moderator of the meeting. For the purposes of today's meeting, when the council chair opens public comment, members of the public who would like to provide public comment at our DCA location in Sacramento can approach the table and microphone at the front of the room. For those joining via WebEx, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature to facilitate public comment. When the council reaches a point in the agenda at which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on and members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment," or comment in the question box, which is typically at the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. You may also use the raise hand function, and if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. I, the moderator, will call on the individual and give the individual permission to unmute their microphone. They will be given 2 minutes to make their comments, and at the conclusion, their microphone will be muted, and we will move on to the next member of the public who has public comment. Please note for the question and answer feature is only being used as a means for members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. This is not a means to ask questions of the moderator or members of the council. Questions submitted using this feature will not be answered. When making your comment, please make sure the comment is directed at the host in the dropdown. While you are free to express criticism or negative views, for the sake of members of the public participating on the call, please do not use profane language when making public comments to the council. I will provide a brief reminder of this approach at the start of each public comment item.
I would like to call the meeting to order. Before asking board staff to call the roll, I would like to acknowledge board member Dr. Laren, who has been appointed by Dr. Chan to the Dental Assisting Council. With Ms. Pacheco terming out, thank you, Dr. Laren. Now, you're welcome. Now, board staff, please call the roll.
Good morning. My name is Morella Turan. I will now call the roll. Epps Robbins,
Epps Robbins, present.
Fowler,
Fowler present.
Gerlach,
Gerlach present.
Loren,
Present.
Miyazaki,
Miyazaki present.
Olagi,
Loggy present.
Smith.
Smith present.
A quorum has been established.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 2, public comment on items not on the agenda. Before we open public comment on matters not on the agenda, I would like to remind everyone that public comments should address the council as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the council members, but not as a discussion between the council members and the public. The only action council members can take right now is to listen to comments and decide whether they want future agendas on the item topic. Though this may seem at times like council members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the council's mission. In interest of time, as we have done in the past, we would like to request that public comments not repeat statements made by a prior commentator. If you are in support of a statement made by a prior individual and your comments have already been made, please just state your name or association and your support for the previous commentator. Legislation hearings regularly use this practice as a good way to ensure that we can hear from everyone today. Are there any in-person public comments? Are there any comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx who would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, you can either click the raise hand icon next to your name or click the Q&A button down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. If you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 3, discussion and possible action on November 7th, 2024 meeting minutes. Is there any council member discussion? Is there a motion and a second? Please state your name and motion or second.
Fowler, I motion to accept the minutes as is.
Your second. The motion is finished. Am I supposed to? Excuse me. Thank you. I would like to accept the minutes as is. Are there any public comments? Are there any public comments from individuals participating in WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand icon. And if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device.
Thank you.
Yep, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board staff, please call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Morella Turan. I will now call the roll. Epps Robbins,
Epps Rosen, aye.
Fowler,
Fowler, I.
Gerlach,
Gerlach, I.
Larin,
Abstain, please.
Miyazaki,
Miyazaki, aye.
Alagi,
Loggy, I.
Smith.
Smith, I.
The motion passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 4, Assistant Executive Officer Report. I am going to ask Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer, to present this agenda item.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Christy Bell. I am the Assistant Executive Officer of the Dental Board. I first joined the board in December of 2022. However, I have been with the Department of Consumer Affairs in over 10 years in various positions. Today, we will have a presentation by DCA's Solid Office to develop our new strategic plan. The Dental Board's current strategic plan is for the years of 2022 through 2025 and is concluding. The presentation will be during the board meeting and is agenda item 8. If you are not able to stay, you can refer to the webcast to watch later. Strategic planning will be discussed again at the May board meeting. Additionally, the 2025 DPA will be available soon, and we'll have additional information on how to order it on our website. Thank you.
Is there any council member discussion? Are there any in-person public comments? Are there any comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx who would like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand or click the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 5. Update on dental assisting examination statistics. I'm going to ask Christy Bell I'm sorry about that. I'm going to ask Christy Bell to present this agenda item.
Thank you. Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer again. I am presenting an update on the dental assisting examination statistics. The following tables are for informational purposes, and there is no action necessary at this time.
Is there any council member discussion? Are there any in-person public comments? Are there any comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 6, update on dental assisting licensing statistics. I'm going to ask Ms. Valerie to present this agenda item.
Ms. Valerie was unable to be here today. It's okay. I'm going to present this item on her behalf. My name is Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer. I am presenting the update on registered dental assistant and registered dental assistant in extended functions, educational programs and courses, application approvals. The tables are listed in agenda item 7. This is informational only and no action is required at this time.
Is there any council member discussion?
Yes. Ooh, it's kind of far. Good morning. Yes, I had a question on page 17. It says that there were dental assistant applications abandoned in 23 to 24, 1,104. Just curious to find out what is the reason that they usually abandon application?
So an application is abandoned if they apply and there are deficiencies and they fail to remediate those deficiencies within the year that they have.
Deficiencies like, like, what kind of deficiencies are they?
So it could be they didn't pay the fee, they didn't provide the necessary documentation to prove that they meet the qualifications. It can be numerous factors.
And do we follow up with that, or do they follow up, or?
We do, when we receive an application and it's incomplete, we notify them by letter, usually more than once that there are items outstanding. And we've actually changed our process to reach out and call them to help with the process.
Yeah, that's very important because I was noticing that there was only less than one assistant per dentist in California. That's what I was reading. So I would just hope it would be very important to follow up on that, but thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I have a comment.
Ms. Miyazaki, please go ahead.
So I just, kind of to follow up Dr. Loren's comment too as well. I just have observation that looking on page 22 of the documents, that I'm looking at the retention rates for the registered dental assistants. For the other, the EF and the ortho assistant, dental sedation assistant, the retention rate seems fairly high. But for the dental assistant, I realize this is a running total, but the retention rate is actually 33%. And if we consider the delinquent ones that maybe they don't, they're delinquent and they choose not to renew their license, and it drops down to 29%. And I think this really is not a great thing for the workforce. And I'm looking at the documents for the new programs and new courses on page 26 and 28 that talks about the new programs and courses that are being approved. And this creates a burden for the staff. And if we were able to retain, and this is something that I think the dental board can solve, but if we can retain the number of RDAs who pay for these 10 and 12-week programs, they're $2,500 to $5,000. And then if they fall out of the workforce, then they've paid all this money to get into the workforce. So I'm just trying to appeal to the stakeholders to see if there's anything that can be done about this retention rate, because it's really sad for the profession to have that. And for dental hygienists and dentists, their retention rate is pretty stable. And in some counties, it even goes up in some counties. But to Dr. Loren's comment that the ratio is 0 assistants to 1 dentist, that's just it's not really helpful. And we have these new programs popping up to create more dental assistants, but if we just kept them, then maybe we don't have to have more dental assistants that have to take the infection control class. And again, creates a lot of burden I believe, to the dental board staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Becker, representing Sherry Becker. Good morning. I guess I would comment that I would be curious on those that are coming out of the profession, if there's any type of questionnaire or something, where are they going and why are they going away, would be not my question to you, but my question in general to this statistic, which is eye-opening, I think. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Hi, Tracy Montes, Executive Officer, semi-retired. I just would like to remind everybody too that, because this comes up often, but we want to remember that the ratio is address of record. So again, an individual may have an address in one area, but actually work in multiple areas. So just keep that in mind. And then I think that this is a very good comment for our stakeholders to explore, because again, as a regulatory board, our responsibility is not necessarily retention per se, but I think that we've created the additional pathways through our sunset bill. So we've done our job in terms of creating ways to get licensed, trying to reduce any artificial barriers to licensure. That's what the board does. But then I think it's excellent, an idea for our stakeholders to do surveys or something like that. And then that information may feed back into the board as perhaps there's something we can do with regard to the access. So that's it. Thank you.
Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
I think we have one more comment.
Yeah, on just on the topic of surveys and questionnaires, I would encourage anyone that is looking at like our allied health professions. Dental Post did post their 2025 dental salary survey report, and there's some great just insight there from hiring, wages to turnover. So that was something I just wanted to bring to our attention. I would highly encourage reviewing that document.
Can you repeat who put out the document?
Oh, Dental Post. And I can also share this with us.
Any further comments? Okay, so I can continue. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 7. Update on registered dental assisting and registered dental assisting and extended functions, educational programs and course application approvals. I'm going to ask Victor Liebert, License and Program Compliance Unit Manager, to present this agenda item.
Thank you. Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer. I'll be presenting on behalf of Mr. Lebet. I am presenting Agenda Item 7, an update on registered dental assistant and registered dental assistant in extended functions, educational programs and course application approvals. This agenda item is for informational purposes only and no action is required.
Is there any council member discussion?
Yes, the question is, thank you. Infection control course, does this include the 8-hour course? Because I've heard it's pretty difficult to find that, or it's just the 2-hour course? Is it a combination of both, or and how accessible is that 8-hour course? I mean,
This is the current 8-hour, the previously implemented 2024 infection control course. I would have to get more information on where the courses are located at. We can get that to you. I can have board staff work on that.
yeah, I would appreciate it, please. Thank you very much.
There is a table actually on our website under the dental assisting tab that actually lists all of the courses that are available and the contact information. So that might be a good starting point.
Does it specifically say 8-hour course, or is it just in general infection control?
Well,
I'll look.
it would be both.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I have a comment.
Ms. Miyazaki?
I'm looking at page 28 of the meeting materials, and again, I just wanted to reiterate that these dental assistants that are taking these courses, some of these are pretty costly. The new 10 and 12-week programs that are popping up are between $2,500 to $5,000. And if they go through a more extensive program for profit, I looked up their tuition for one of them, and it's $20,000. So again, if we don't have if the retention rate could be higher, then these students, again, won't be out of pocket if they decide to leave the profession. Thank you.
Are there any? No. DCA moderator will please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. If members of the public on WebEx would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 8, status update on pending regulations. I'm going to ask Christy Bell. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask Brett Brown Nelson, Legislative and Regulatory Specialist, to present this agenda item.
Good morning. My name is Brant Nelson. I am the Legislative and Regulatory Specialist for the Dental Board. I will be presenting agenda item 8A, which is a status update on pending regulations, which begins on page 30 of your meeting materials. There are currently no pending regulations. We have a lot of regulation work that we're working on, and I'll be talking more about that in today's meeting. But there's currently no items pending. So this is an information-only item, and no action is requested. And that concludes this very short item. Oh, yeah. And so actually, just a point of clarification, and this is my fault here. Agenda item 8AI, a bonus item here under here. I just want to give an update on the Dental Assisting Regulations Working Group and take a moment on that. I just want to discuss what we've been doing. I have been working with our working group subject matter expert, Kara Miyasaki, Department of Consumer Affairs Attorney, Christy Shield, and our subject matter expert colleagues at the Dental Hygiene Board of California to develop our proposed language for minimum standards for infection control, which I will present shortly. The infection control language is highly technical subject matter, to say the least, which required extensive research into CDC guidelines, really dense reading material that you probably wouldn't want to spend a Saturday afternoon on, but very important nonetheless. And we put a lot of work into this, and it required a lot of collaboration and consensus among our subject matter experts to develop. And so I would like to just take a moment to personally thank Ms. Miyasaki, Ms. Shield, who's sitting next to me. These people bring really valuable expertise to consumer protection and to the work that we're doing. So thank you very much. Just my personal thanks to you. I also want to thank, importantly, my colleagues at the Dental Hygiene Board of California. Really wonderful people for so kindly providing their expert input on the infection control language. Their assistance on this was extremely, extremely helpful and is deeply appreciated. And so I'll talk now about what we're doing next. The board staff are currently working on dental assisting applications for the May 2025 board meeting. We'll be applying feedback from the dental board's application for dentist licensure and fees rulemaking. That's agenda item 11C in the board meeting materials to the dental assisting applications. So going forward, board staff will be continuing regulatory work on dental assisting programs and courses. That's my update on, what we've been working on and what we're going to be working on. And there's no action requested, and this concludes this agenda item. Thank you.
Is there any council member discussion?
Miyazaki? I just wanted to say thank you to the members of the working group. It was a very huge learning curve, and the documents that we went through were just so many of them. So and there's this perspective from all these different sides. It was a really great process, and I think that we did a really good job in getting that banged out in so many hours. Thank you.
Tracy Montez again, Executive Officer. Just point of clarification, I want to point out we actually have two working groups. So we had Ms. Pacheco, the former board member, and Ms. Miyazaki, who are on the infection control working group. We have the dental assisting regulation work group, which is Ms. Fowler and Ms. Miyazaki. So we're wrapping up the infection control, and then we'll be going back over into the dental assisting to continue on with the articles, which will be discussed later. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any in-person comments, public comments? Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, you can raise your hand or click the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. If you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 8. I'm on 8 or 9. 8B. Discussion and possible recommendations to initiate a rulemaking to amend CCR Title 16, Section 1005, regarding minimum standards for infection control. I'm going to ask Mr. Brent Nelson to present this agenda item.
Thank you. I'll be presenting agenda item 8B, which begins on page 31 of your meeting materials. Business and Professions Code 1680 requires the dental board to review infection control guidelines. Proposed changes to the guidelines must be reviewed by the Dental Hygiene Board of California. So the board and the Dental Hygiene Board establish a consensus. The board last updated the language way back in 2011. CDC guidelines were last updated in June 2024. So we do need to update our minimum infection control language. So back in February 2024 meeting, the board president appointed Joanne Pacheco and Kara Miyazaki to serve as the board's working group. And I'll just kind of, try to provide a brief summary of all the work we've done. Basically, after many months, we had the language in a good place, and we consulted with the Dental Hygiene Board for their subject matter expert opinions. We worked on revisions and developed an agreed upon draft. We then made an additional revision on the agreed upon draft regarding the removal of top shields, referenced from the safety glasses requirement as requested by CDA. So with that revision made, the removal of the top shield requirement on the safety glasses, it has come back. It has to go back to the Dental Hygiene Board for their approval if the council agrees today with the staff recommendation to adopt attachment 2 without changes. So there's a lot of attachments to this in the materials. There's a lot of underlying data, but attachment 2 is the one that is the the operative final draft that we're going to take to the Dental Hygiene Board if you guys want to proceed with it without any changes. So for action requested, do you have anything to add, Christy?
I just want to clarify that the working group concluded its work in November and it wasn't ready for you to see at that time. So we presented it to the hygiene board first. They approved the draft in attachment 1 to your meeting materials. But at that meeting, the California Dental Association raised some concerns about requiring a top shield in addition to a side shield, which was what the original recommendation from the working group was. And so upon re-review by the working group after that meeting, they all agreed to remove that requirement. And so it would just be a side shield requirement. And that revision is reflected in attachment 2. And that's what we're recommending that you recommend to the board. So I hope that clarifies where we are procedurally. And again, my name's Christy Shields, your regulations counsel. Again, I know we don't see each other a lot, but Christy Shields, thank you.
I certainly interact with Christy Shield quite a bit via email and phone, and she does a lot of great work for the board. So thank you. And thank you for that clarification. So for action requested on page 36 of your meeting materials, the council members should review the proposed regulatory text and consider whether they would support the staff's recommendation to adopt attachment 2, or if there are suggested changes to the proposed text. After review, the staff requests that the council consider one of the following motions. So in summary, option 1, if the council agrees with the staff recommendation and has no changes, and then there's option 2, the council has suggested changes for the proposed regulatory text in attachment 2. So that is my presentation. That concludes my presentation for this agenda item.
Thank you. Is there any council member discussion?
I'd like to make a motion for option 1. I have to read the whole thing, right? I move to recommend the board approve the proposed regulatory text in attachment 2 and request that staff provide attachment 2 to the Dental Hygiene Board of California for their review and reconsideration of their prior action on this item, and to obtain a consensus with the board on the guidelines. Upon receiving notice that the Dental Hygiene Board of California has approved attachment 2 and thereby reach consensus with this board, the council recommends the board further direct staff to submit the text to the director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. If no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the text and the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as noticed for CCR Title 16, Section 1005.
Miss Jessica Gerlach,
Gerlach, I second.
Epps Robbins, second. Is there any further council member discussion? Is there any in-person public comments?
Please have a seat.
Sherry Becker, representing Sherry Becker. I need clarification. Will this then, we have a number of concerns with some of the verbiage here, but will this be going back for a 45-day for public comment also before? I'm sorry to be confused.
Yes, yes, it will, but I would ask that if there's issues with the text, we work it out now before we file it, because we'd rather address them now than have to hold it up and then bring it back to the board again for further modifications, because we do have the extra step of going to the dental hygiene board and getting their approval as well. So it extends the amount of time involved if we don't get the issues discussed and addressed, if we can, ahead of the filing of the rulemaking package.
Okay.
So we would ask that you do that now, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, thank you. And can I make a request that we go through kind of page by page, because there's some items, some of the pages look okay, but some of the pages have some verbiage that's didn't make sense, or I need clarification or don't agree with. So if that's okay to do that. So I think we're starting on page 50. Is that correct? Which is the second attachment for the language.
Can you tell me what page of the text at the bottom you're on? Is it here? Page 1 or?
I see. Okay, page 1 of the 12.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And in the board meeting materials, I'm on attachment 2, which I think was
Yes, that's the one.
what's really, yeah. Okay. So nothing for me on page 1 or 2 of those pages. On page 3, 9A and B cites hand scrubbing as part of the cleaning protocol. Listed first, I think that would be our last choice for cleaning would be hand scrubbing. The use of the ultrasonic cleaner would be a priority.
So I'm wondering, for the sake of time, because we've got a dental board meeting kind of scheduled for 10 o'clock. Do you have significant requests for revisions or concerns on every page of?
No.
Okay, so we did have a 2-minute public comment initially. I know that this is important to get worked through, so I'm just trying to stay on track time-wise.
Sure. And I think we're open to whatever suggestions and recommendations you would have for us just to be able to share some of our concerns.
It's really important to keep this one moving for sure. So if we can, if you don't only have a few issues to, inquire about or have recommended revisions, perhaps we could do that. But if it's really extensive, we may need written comments and then review it at the May meeting. So hopefully these are quick.
Review it at the dental board meeting, maybe? Option or?
Let's see how we could progress, because the DAC needs to opine on this issue, the public comments, and then pass it out for the board's review. But yeah, let's see what we can get done in a timely manner.
Sure.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you again for reviewing this. And I know it was a lot of hard work. Melody Randolph here with the Dental Assisting Alliance. I think there's just 4 or 5 places where we had some questions. So hand scrubbing on page 3 being mentioned first seems like that's a acceptable alternative to using the ultrasonic. So we would recommend that be put last. Some excellent changes here and there. Another one question though, on page 6, top of page 6, where it says protective attire shall be changed daily or immediately if they should become soiled, moist or visibly soiled. I think there might be a question on the addition of the word immediately, where you'd have to stop the procedure to change your gown if visibly soiled. Seems to be problematic. On the very bottom of page 6, B, chemical and puncture resistant utility gloves shall be available at the point of use and worn by DHCP for clinical breakdown, setting up or breaking down a treatment room. So that seems to indicate that you're going to use utility gloves to set up a treatment room, which is not how infection control is done. When you set up a treatment room, you have clean hands. So that would be hugely problematic. Top of page 7 indicates sterilizing the utility gloves, which I understand they can be sterilized, and most brands are up to 4 times, but to require them to be sterilized after each use, to me, is overkill and certainly would not be something offices would do regularly. Maybe change that word from sterilized to disinfected would make sense. And then on page 8, the addition of the word immediately, critical instruments, items, and devices shall be discarded or pre-cleaned, packaged, or wrapped and sterilized immediately after each use. Again, offices, when they're super busy, can't sterilize their instruments immediately after use. A lot of times they'll sit in a pre-clean or a pre-soak, or they'll need to sit for an hour or so before they're sterilized. So to sterilize them immediately, I think is unrealistic. And then lastly, I would just like maybe to add a clarification on the top of page 9. One of the things that I find in my infection control classes is questionable, and we talk about all the time, is having to sterilize all handpieces, low speed handpieces and so forth. Does that, in my interpretation, that includes the quick connect or the motor of the slow speed, but many offices don't sterilize the motor of the slow speed, just the nose cone. So it would be great to have some clarification in there if the motor also has to be sterilized or just the nose cone is acceptable.
Are you, I'm sorry, are you talking about F at the top of the page? or-
Yes.
That's existing standard.
Yes.
Do you want to change it or you want more clarification on it?
More clarification on it. Just a comment that comes up all the time, whether or not the motor needs to be sterilized. Anything else, Sherry, that I missed?
Ms. Becker, just for the record,
Yes.
we want to make sure that you were able to complete your public comment. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tara.
Hello, Tuka Zokai, representing the California Dental Association. Over the past 60 days, CDA has received numerous complaints from dental members about challenges regarding the timing of the 8-hour infection control course to be before exposure to blood and saliva. This has been 10% of our member interactions, surpassing other topics by 23%. Oh,
My apologies. We're actually working on the infection control guidelines right now, not the course yet.
okay.
You didn't have any comments on the infection control proposal?
Well, I do have proposed edits to a piece of the timing of the course, but not the language of the course itself.
Okay, so this
So-
is just the infection control standards that we have to follow, not the course yet.
Bruce Witcher, CDA. We do have one comment regarding the language. We would just like to thank all who worked on this for incorporating one of our recommended changes, which was the removal of top shields, because from the safety eyewear. I went through that and could not find any source for that type of eyewear that would be suitable for use in dentistry, because it comes from an industrial standard, which is a different standard compared to what we do. So we appreciate them taking that input. Thank you.
Yes, we thank the board for aligning standards with OSHA and CDC for the PPE requirements.
Yeah.
Is there any other in-person comments? Any other further board discussion?
No.
Is there any other public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comments.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click that raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And we do have a couple individuals, so I'm going to go in order received. First, I have Eloise Reed. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Thank you for this opportunity. This is Eloise Reed, representing Eloise Reed. I do teach the infection control courses, both 8-hour infection control and review classes for the licentiates in California. I would just like to state that I concur with Melody Randolph and Sherry Becker with their identified needs for change or clarification on the minimum standards for infection control. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Leslie Kanha. And Leslie, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
And registered dental assistant. I'm certified in dental infection prevention and control. I'm also a registered provider for the infection control 2-hour course and the 8-hour course. And in the minimum standards for infection control in the draft regulation that the attachment that you have, I see a number of flaws in various areas as already pointed out. But I'm particularly concerned with the dental unit water line information, that there's no recommendation or no requirement for dental unit water line testing. And per CDC guidelines, purging and flushing is appropriate. However, as stated in the CDC guidelines from 2002, studies demonstrate that this practice does not affect biofilm in the dental unit water lines or reliably improve dental unit water quality during dental treatment. And without monitoring, we have no way of knowing if we have colonization of bacteria that could be particularly harmful to patients. And citing the Children's Dental Group event in 2016 with the non-tubercular mycobacterium outbreak, with over 73 children who were affected, 72 were hospitalized. I'm particularly concerned that there's not any mention in the dental unit water line section about monitoring water quality and not performing any kind of strategy to improve water quality upon a fail of dental unit water quality.
30 seconds.
Levels. I'd also like to add that I would be very interested in providing assistance in reviewing these infection control regulations, draft regulations. So if the work groups would like to have me assist, I'm more than happy to do that.
All right, this is Christy Shields. So to the commenter, you're referring to the text on page 10.
Yes, I'm
All
sorry.
unit water lines shall be anti-retractive and the flushing of the water prior to attaching.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears we have no further requests for public comment.
So this is Christy Shilch. Do you have any further comments online, or is that it for your public comment?
I don't believe we have. That was it. Is there any additional council member discussion?
Fowler, there have been some good issues brought up. Right now, we have a motion to accept as is. Can we discuss this now, or would you like to, these issues that have been brought up?
Yes.
I'd like to
You
discuss them.
could, but I mean, I'll just tell you, they're pretty complicated. So I'm thinking maybe we might want to take this back to the working group and see if further edits should be made in response to these issues that have been raised. I mean, unless you all have strong feelings about what you've heard and know the answer
I would
right
con-
now, I'm thinking that maybe you might want to actually rescind your motion and maybe make a recommendation to re-refer it back to the working groups to address potentially these concerns that have been raised. I mean, I don't know that we could draft text on the fly here or you feel comfortable doing that. So,
I would like
yes.
to make a motion to
Well,
take
there's
all, or to wrap.
So there's a motion on the floor. So did the
Rescind.
motioners want to rescind their prior motion and then allow a new motion on this item?
Miyazaki, I rescind the motion.
Then
Second,
Olagi second that to rescind it, and then Olagi would like to make a motion to take back public comment, any discussion that we have as a council to the working group, and then this come back to a future DAC meeting.
Is there a second?
Fowler, second.
I just want to mention as being part of the working group that I think it is important for it to go back and not, again, not to create language on the fly. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That was good. Thank you all. Thank you. Board staff, please call the roll and
Oh.
record votes.
you need to take public.
Right. Is there any further council discussion and we need public comment?
Is there any further public comment? Any further board staff member comment or discussion?
Fowler, so we're not discussing these issues now. We're moving forward just with the next agenda. We're bringing this up at a separate meeting.
Well, we have to take public comment and then vote. And if that vote is to bring it back to the working group, we'll bring it back to the working group with potentially new revisions to the text in response to these comments that we've received at the meeting. But it's hard to say now because we haven't had time to think through the comments, analyze them, and have our experts opine on them.
I would recommend receiving public comment on the motion, taking your vote, and then allowing the council members to provide their comments on the revisions that were requested so that that information can be delivered to the working group for additional work. So public comment, vote, additional council discussion on what to change or what not to change. Thank you.
Are there any public comments from individuals?
Sherry Becker, representing the Alliance. Can I ask for clarification? We're commenting on the new motion to send the language back to the work group. Is that correct? Sherry Becker, on behalf of the Alliance, we agree that the language should be sent back. Thank you.
Good morning. William Kushner, DDS, California Academy of General Dentistry. I also support the motion to refer back to the committee work group for review, discussion, and re-implementation of a revised. Thank you.
Tracy Montez, Executive Officer. I would just like to explain that it is critically important that our stakeholders review meeting materials because these materials have been presented at prior meetings. And so it's very important. There's only been one change that's been made in, from the other meetings. And so it's incredibly important that homework is done, the council members, the board members, and our stakeholders, because now this delays the process. It will need to come to the May board meeting. It'll have to go to the Dental Assisting Council. It'll have to go to the board meeting. And again, the hygiene board, sorry, it's going to delay things. Now, I certainly support taking this back, this feedback. It does seem substantial. It needs to go back and vetted, but it just delays the process. So when we hear that regulations take years and years and years, this is an example of why. So it's very important that we do our homework ahead of time. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Kara?
I have a question for Ms. Shields. Because of the process, the requirement to coordinate the language with the DHBC, can you tell us a little bit more about the process if the working group determines additional changes are necessary?
So if this gets referred back, in which it looks like it might, then we would reconvene our working group, but we'd need to probably appoint a new member because we've lost Ms. Pacheco. So we'll probably need to agendize that. Or can the board president do that?
The chair can.
Oh, the chair can.
Mhm.
Okay, so we would need another expert on infection control for the dental board. Because we had two, and now since we lost Ms. Pacheco, Ms. Miyazaki's our only member, but which I'm happy to work with Ms. Miyazaki, but it helps to have two experts on our side because the dental hygiene board has two, and so it seemed to work well previously. And so once that person's appointed, then we can bring it back to that working group. We would go through the recommendations and comments here, and then when they make a recommendation on what they think are good changes, if any, then we would send it to the Dental Hygiene Board's working group. They would look at it, tell us if they agree, want to make changes, and it would go back and forth, which it has sometimes for weeks, until we come to some kind of a consensus. And then it would come back to either one of the boards, depending on who's going to be meeting first, I guess. Because if we want to move this quickly, we're going to want to put it on the first board meeting agenda we can get on, or we could consider having a joint meeting between the two boards where we just do it all at the same time. That's an idea I'm going to throw out there.
Well,
But-
it would
but
need to
anyway,
come to the
but-
DAC first.
But it would go to the
before
DAC first,
the
and then it
dental
would go to the
board.
two boards.
Right.
Right.
But yeah, I think that's an excellent point about timing because if the working group finalizes, with working with the DHBC experts, if they finalize language, that there are changes, it could go to the dental hygiene board first.
Yes.
For consensus, then come back to the DAC.
Yes.
Okay. Also, can we request that the stakeholders submit their written comments so that we, have actual text to review?
We can. I don't know if they can, it would be helpful to us.
Right. It's helpful.
They don't want to, they don't have to, but
Yeah,
it would be helpful.
something
They
to
could
refer
send it
back
to Miss,
to.
I don't know if you want to have them sent to you, Christy, or Brant. Okay. So if you could, that would be really helpful. If not, then we'll work with what we got at this meeting in the minutes. So. And then if any of the council members have any insights or, that you want to proffer in response to what you've heard, I know it's on the fly. If you don't feel comfortable, that's fine. But if you have any guidance you'd like to provide the working group, that would help too.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Olagi, would you like to make a comment in regards to being part of the working group?
I would love to partner with Cara, with the hygiene board, to be able to get this across the finish line. So if there is another person needed, I'm happy to support.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Board staff, please call the roll and record. Oh, we need additional. Okay, sorry. All right, thank you. Board staff, please call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Morella Turan. I will now call the roll. Epps Robbins,
Epps Robbins, aye.
Fowler,
Fowler, aye.
Gerlach,
Gerlach, aye.
Loren,
Lorraine, aye.
Miyazaki,
Miyazaki, aye.
Olagi,
Olagi, aye.
Smith. The motion passed.
Is there any feedback from the council about any of the discussion that we've heard? Ms. Miyazaki?
As being part of the working group, I thank you for your comments and your future notes that will be sent to Christy about your concerns. And I think that many of these are could be easily addressed. And just want to remind everybody that all this information is evidence-based on the guidelines for state and federal guidelines. So we have to refer to them. Like, again, like for instance, hand scrubbing, like I personally would prefer that we just take that out, but that's not evidence-based, and it's not I can't enforce my guideline and arrest somebody for that. So I think that we can get through this quickly. The one thing that I do agree with is the dental unit water line monitoring. I think that that's the one that we can't, that I think the rest of them will be, could be easily accepted by the dental hygiene board, but the dental unit water lines, that information actually should be in this document. And we could work with the DHBC on that, with their subject matter experts too. Thank you.
Dr. Loren, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you for all the work on this. It's great. But I did have some comments. I wanted to clarify that I do agree to remove the areas that say immediately that is not feasible in dental offices. That's going to be very, very difficult. And also, there was mention of the motor handpiece part. That is also very important to clarify. We all have those questions. So I would recommend changing the language on that. Thank you. Or clarifying.
Fowler, I also agree with Dr. Loren and Kara. I'd also like to say the utility gloves for setup, that's also something that should be addressed.
Good. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 9, legislation of interest. I'm going to ask again Mr. Nelson to present this agenda item.
There's a lot of pages after that infection control, so I'm flipping through all the underlying data to go to the next agenda. I apologize. So the current, I'll give a, hold on a minute. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, yeah, I think this information is found on page 113, but the legislation of interest, there's currently no legislation of interest as of the date of the memo that I provided. And so the way the legislative process works is bills are being introduced. At May's meeting, I anticipate having a much larger analysis for everyone's review. And we will still have the opportunity to look at bills, decide if we want to, write letters or take positions on them, et cetera. But currently, this is an information-only item and there's no update. So that concludes this very brief agenda item.
So I'm Tracy Montez, again, Executive Officer. With this item as well, we do have a legislative proposal that we're going to be asking the council to comment on and make a recommendation to the board. And my role here this morning is to just simply lay some context to this. Many of you received this late yesterday, and we recognize that that's very short notice. Sorry, go ahead, Tara.
Council Chair, would you like to get public comment on agenda item 9A before we move on to agenda item 9B?
Is there any public comment?
So this is public comment on agenda item 9A.
Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment on this item.
Any council member discussion? Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 9B. Discussion and possible recommendation for legislative proposal to amend Business and Professional Code BPC Sections 1725, 1750, and 1753.52, and repeal BPC Sections 1754.5 and 1755 regarding dental assisting courses. I'm going to ask Mr. Nelson to present this item.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to jump back in. Thank you, Ms. Welch, for reminding us about public comment on 9A. and getting the title of item 9B read into the record. So I'm going to be presenting the introduction to this, and then I'm going to step aside and let Mr. Nelson and the other members of the team go into detail of this item. So if you recall, back in November, we explained to the council and the board that there were provisions within our sunset bill regarding the infection control course, primarily that the board was unable to implement. And we explained, we had a rather large sunset bill. And of course, as we started moving into implementation, we realized that there were details of grave concern that again allowed us or prevented us from implementing this piece. And there was a detailed memo that was presented to you. And so after working with our working groups and our stakeholders and trying to reach a compromise on how to address the concerns, we essentially realized that we could not resolve it, that there were just deficiencies, discrepancies that, again, we could not resolve. So therefore, board staff was going to recommend and has to the council and the board to repeal these sections and essentially correct the issue through the regulatory process. And that was the plan. However, in recent weeks, we have received quite a bit of feedback from our stakeholders about frustrations with a delay of implementing this portion of our sunset bill. So we spent time yesterday crafting out a legislative proposal. And the reason why I say yesterday is because it got to that point where, okay, we need to do something a little different. And so a legislative proposal was drafted for additional consideration with the item that was originally in your agenda packet. And so again, we know that you received this late yesterday. We did send it out to our stakeholders, and we do have copies of it on the check-in table. It will be posted as well. But we wanted to provide an option to the council to consider for recommendation. So you have your original agenda item that discusses repealing those sections and going back through the regulatory process, or you have this legislative proposal for consideration that, again, could be recommended to the board. Either way, you have the option, many options this morning, but we would hope that you can move something forward to the board because again, this is dealing with time. And I want to emphasize too that the legislative proposal was something that we had attempted to do. And again, we pulled back because it was very challenging to get consensus. But because of the concerns, we put something together and we tried to articulate the true intent of SB 1453, which had to do primarily with the interest in having a virtual option of the 8-hour infection control coupled with the public safety, and that is requiring unlicensed dental assistants to take a course prior to working with patients. And that was really the two pieces that were very important that we captured in the sunset bill. Where it became difficult to implement, as we shared in November, was that we had no detail about the lab. We have one infection control course for programs versus this new 8-hour course. So again, there were some details that made it very difficult. So with that, again, I want to emphasize the importance of collaboration and working together and realizing that it's impossible for us to make everybody happy, but we need to look at this from the perspective of consumer safety. That is the major primary mission of the council and the board. So as you discuss this, and we recognize that our stakeholders and ourselves personally have opinions about how this should roll out, we need to keep in mind that we're looking at patient and consumers of dental services, their safety. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my team who are experts on this legislative proposal. And I'd like to thank Ms. Welch, who again helped us navigate this with her expertise in the legal arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. So, Ms. Montez. I will provide with the document that you guys got at the entrance there. I'm going to kind of just overview some things, and if you have questions or if there's any points of clarification, please chime in and let me know if there's something that you need to discuss. But so what this proposal would do, it's going to amend Business and Professions Code Section 1725 to include course application fees for the ITR infection control course and radiation safety control. It also removes proposed amendments to BPC Section 1750, which are no longer necessary to accommodate the proposed repeal of BPC Section 1755. It also inserts a fee in the Section 1725. So there's some new fees involved for your review.
Just to clarify, there's no new fee. The
Thank you. Sorry.
amendment to the ITR section is just to change the reference from the fee set in regulation to the fee that would be set in statute under 1725.
Thank you. It's always helpful to have an attorney around. Also, this amends BPC Section 1755, the infection control course, to limit the course to unlicensed dental assistants and grandfather in courses completed under the existing board regulations. It establishes electronic course application and board approval process, director, faculty, and laboratory requirements modeled on existing infection control regulatory requirements, and provides students protection for electronic course delivery. So that's kind of my overview of what this achieves. Go ahead, Ms. Welsh.
The legislative proposal that you received yesterday also, instead of repealing Section 1754.5, the radiation safety course, this new proposal would also add a board approval process and laboratory and clinical provisions that are currently in the regulations, move those into the statute and provide student protection for electronic course delivery with the intent to ultimately repeal the radiation safety course regulations, CCR sections 1014 and 1014.1 if possible. So, we're trying to clean up regulations. Since now there's this new radiation safety course statute, we could just, try to move everything over into the statute so it's, clearer what the requirements are. So I guess I would say you've got two proposals before you. I don't know if the council has one proposal that they would like to start with or just go to the other proposal. I would say that the latest proposal that you received yesterday, copies of which are available here, and we were trying to get that posted online as additional meeting materials. This is to, we've got this deadline. This infection control course in particular is the one that we're trying to get resolved as soon as possible because that statute is already in effect. We had implementation problems. We recognize the need to address consumer safety through having more dental professionals available. And so if we can, get infection control courses available to dental assistants so that they can start to provide services to consumers, that is one of the balancing tests here. So instead of trying to repeal what the legislature just added last year in the board sunset bill, we're just trying to tweak these so that these are more palatable for board staff in terms of implementation. So we needed a board process to approve or deny applications in case there's non-compliance. We needed some clarification on what laboratory instruction is, especially when it's the laboratory instruction and regulation requires oversight like supervision and in-person participation, whereas the new statute contemplates electronic delivery of both didactic and laboratory instruction. We're also focusing the statute on dental assistants. From what we heard in stakeholder meetings on these issues in December, the real concern is getting dental assistant course access, not necessarily changing how individuals applying for registered dental assistant licensure access infection control courses. Right now, the statute would establish a different pathway for some RDA license applicants. They would have to take this statutory electronic infection control course, while other RDA license applicants, those who go through a standard educational program, and as well as I think the Danby pathway is also not accommodated in this new statute. So we're trying to understand why there needs to be a different infection control course for RDA license applicants, depending upon the pathway that the individual chooses to seek their license. The focus and conversation was on unlicensed dental assistants and getting them working as soon as possible. So the amendments yesterday refocus that statute on unlicensed dental assistants. It also provides some additional grandfathering clauses so that dental assistants who've been working for many years and took the 8-hour infection control course under regulation, they would not have to immediately turn around and take this new 8-hour course where there's 6 hours of didactic instruction and 2 hours of lab. So, you know, we're trying to be helpful here and make sure that people don't have to take multiple courses on the same issue. You know, both of these legislative proposals are up for your consideration.
Just to clarify, I don't have anything to add to Ms. Welch's explanation. I thought it was very thorough and concludes any comment from me.
Is there any council member discussion on this item?
Fowler. On the infection control component here, I had a couple questions. So I see that we're adding in the 8-hour with the 6-hour didactic, the 2 hours laboratory using a series of video training tools, ultimately removing the hands-on component with that option. So there is benefit to having hands-on in that infection control. I'm concerned a little bit about that option. And the second question I had is, it states the course director shall possess a valid, active, and current license issued by the Dental Hygiene Board of California. So this eliminates the possibility of possibly even a DDS becoming director, or so it limits the possible amount of infection control courses just down to maybe a hygienist being the director. So
So through the Sunset Bill process last year, there was a lot of conversation about whether or not in-person instruction is necessary for infection control. The legislature voted to not require it in 1755 for, these two purposes. It's unlicensed dental assistants and I th- I c- I don't have the other language in front of me. There's the other pathway for RDA licensure. So on some level, we're trying to work with the existing statute. So for unlicensed dental assistants, the existing statute does not require in-person instruction. We recognize that there's a public safety component to that, but from what we understand, our conversations with legislative staff, the legislature has already approved that. So really, my question to you is, we know that there is concern about no in-person instruction on infection control. Coming out of COVID-19, we understand how important infection control is, especially for dental health providers. Should RDA license applicants any pathway to that licensure and the additional duties that they're allowed to do under the statute, should they be allowed any pathway to take an infection control course electronically? Because of the expanded duties that RDAs perform and subsequently RDA EFs, should we have more public protection by requiring that in-person clinical instruction for all RDA license pathways? I think, that may be where to focus the conversation on for your consideration. I know you had a couple other comments. I think DDS provision, that's not currently in the regulations. The infection control course requires the course directors to have a dental board RDA license or a dental hygiene board of California license. That might be something to consider.
Fowler here, and that would be fine. It could be continued to be written that way. Right now, it's just stated as the director has to have a license from the Dental Board of or Dental Hygiene Board of California. It doesn't mention anything else in that. I don't know if we're changing what we already have in statute, and this is what we're not changing what we currently have.
No, this language is intended to mirror what's in the regulations.
Then should we add in there that the component, the director can have a license from the Dental Hygiene Board of California?
It's in there. It's in regulation right now.
So on page 11, this is Miyazaki, page 11 of the new materials, it says the course director shall possess the valid, active, and current license issued by the board or the Dental Hygiene Board of California.
Okay, yes, I see it. Thank you.
Can I go for it? Any comments? Does the council have any further discussion on this agenda item? Is there a motion and a second? Please state your name and motion or second. Ms. Miyazaki?
I'm going to make a motion for option 1. Move to approve the recommendation for submission to the board, the legislative proposal to amend BPC section 725, 1753.52, 1754.5, and 1755 regarding dental assisting courses.
Is there a second?
So I have a question just on tracking. When we do this, the one I'm looking at is specifically the 8-hour infection control for dental assistants that would now go from 30 days to 60 days, needs to be completed.
No. The motion that Ms. Miyazaki just made is the new legislative proposal that does not make any changes to BPC section 1750. 1750 was proposed to be amended in the first legislative proposal that would also have repealed section 1755 for infection control. So if we repeal 1755, the new infection control course, so that we can move quickly with stakeholders, buy ourselves some time to have conversations about the appropriate, levels of instruction and flesh out what should be required for electronic delivery of some of this instruction. If we bought ourselves time by repealing 1755, we also heard that we needed to do something about that immediate requirement for dental assistants to take the infection control course. That immediate requirement is existing law right now in 1750. Since at this point, we're just proposing to amend 1755 and not repeal it, it seemed that there were no necessary amendments to 1750 at this point.
Thank you.
Is there a second on this motion?
Smith, I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any public comments? Any in-person public comments?
Okay, I know the difference between the number 8 and 9. Tukas Okai, representing California Dental Association. Thank you for your collaboration and emphasizing this significant challenge. Over the past 60 days, CDA has received numerous complaints from dental members about challenges regarding the timing of the 8-hour infection control course to be before blood and saliva, and this has been 10% of our member interactions, surpassing other topics by 23%. This unintended consequence to hiring and confusion about the course timing can be addressed through this swift legislative action, giving the board the clarity it needs to approve the virtual course option it supported in last year's sunset and this proposal, and by providing a cushion for employers to ensure the course is completed soon after the hire by giving employers up to 90 days to have their dental assistants complete the course. This would be an amendment to section 1750C. These changes will allow providers to get online courses board approved, addresses the new barriers to practice hiring, and allows unlicensed DAs to take the course early on, but at a time where they have enough context from on-the-job experience to understand the material. While we are very pleased to see that the board is taking this collaborative approach with stakeholders and the legislator on this issue, we anticipate there to be no changes to the law, even with urgency language will be effective until summer. In the interim, can the board provide guidance to dentist employers when they are unable to get their new unlicensed DAs enrolled in a course in a timely manner? Do you recommend documenting these challenges with when an unlicensed DA begins work in the office and the 8-hour infection control course cannot be practically completed within the new timeframe to avoid any workforce stoppages? We hope you consider this proposed amendment to 1750C and explore the questions on documentation of the challenges without a currently online board approved course that addresses the full scope of the course.
Dr. Bruce Witcher, just speaking in support of Ms. Okai's comments. Thank you. CDA.
Melody Randolph, representing the Dental Assisting Alliance. Couple of questions on the document that was sent yesterday. The question about the grandfathering in, I'm confused about the grandfathering in issue, if that's grandfathering in, as legal counsel mentioned about it being somebody who's already taken the 4 and 4 8-hour infection control, not having to do a 6 and 2. Does that also include grandfathering in the providers that are approved for a 4 and 4? Would we have to reapply to be approved for the 6 and 2, or are we grandfathered in to be able to change our course from the approved 4 and 4 to a 6 and 2? So again, to me, the way I read it and read it quickly still causes a problem with you have no approved 8-hour infection control providers under this new document because nobody's approved for a 6 and 2. So needing clarification on that. And then just personally, Melody Randolph, speaking for Melody Randolph, I think the compromise of and I agree with the comments, again, that legal counsel made about the RDA having 2 different pathways for the infection control. If you're on the job trained, you don't have to do a lab, whereas somebody graduating from an RDA approved program does a lab session. So I personally think the new compromise of having to take the lab course, it's on the last page of the document that was set yesterday under G, I believe it was, that an RDA would have to take the 8-hour infection control with a lab component in order to qualify for the RDA, clears that problem up. So there's not 2 different pathways. And so if we do approve a virtual only option, we, representing the Dental Assisting Alliance, we strongly oppose the 60-day option for getting it done. If they're going to do an online only version for 8 hours, that's 1 day. They can get that done before they start working. If they get hired on Monday, they can do the
30
8 hours
seconds.
online Tuesday and start work on Wednesday. Not a problem. Thank you.
Sherry Becker, representing the Alliance. I concur and agree with Melody Randolph's statements. Thank you.
William Kushner, as an individual, I appreciate the motion that's on the floor, and I understand that you have some good insight. So I support the repeal of the 1755 and the motion that is on the floor presented. Thank you.
Sir, can you please return? The motion on the floor is not to repeal 1755, but to amend it. So I just want to make sure you understand what you're supporting.
I do understand. And no, thank you. I do believe it needs to be amended and taken back. And that's the motion that's on the floor. I'm sorry for misspeaking.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments from individuals participating in via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click that raise hand icon or the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And we do have a request from Leslie Canahan. And Leslie, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please click the Unmute Me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Leslie Canham, registered provider of the infection control course, the 8-hour course, and I concur with the recommendation to grandfather providers in to expedite the process of the 6 and 2 process for delivery of the 8-hour infection control course. And I do want to comment that I have been certified in dental infection prevention and control fully online, and it is possible to provide public safety and expedite course delivery to unlicensed dental assistants through an online process. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment.
Miyazaki?
I just want to clarify that the portion for, in 1750 that says the employer, the dental assistant should be responsible for ensuring that the dental assistant has successfully completed a board-approved 8-hour course in infection control will stay as prior to performing any basic dental procedures involving potential exposure to blood, saliva, or potentially infectious material. So the 60 days has been taken out. And Tara, would you have any comment about the providers, if they're grandfathered in or not?
You could revise your motion to include something about this issue. The language, I'm trying to find prior language that we were, staff and I were tossing around at one point. I don't believe that the board could just automatically grandfather in currently board-approved infection control courses and give them board approval for this new 8-hour, 6-hour didactic, 2-hour lab under their prior approval. I believe that the course providers who wanted to do that would need to submit additional documentation of compliance with the new requirements proposed in 1755. So if they were already board approved to offer the 8-hour infection control course under a program or 1017.6, 1017, the infection control course regulation, they would also, if they want to continue to have board approval for the 1755 electronic course, they would have to submit an application showing compliance with those requirements because they're somewhat different than the regulatory infection control course requirements. Because there's, a new component, these infection control courses, didactic and laboratory, would all be offered purportedly through electronic means. So if the currently approved provider, they don't have to show any compliance with notification or assistance with technology for the students. They don't have to tell them, hey, this is how, these are the technology requirements for you to participate in this course. That would be a new requirement under these amendments. My point is that currently approved providers would need to submit an application to get approval to offer these new courses, albeit potentially it would be easier for currently board approved providers, but they would have to demonstrate compliance with the new amended statute.
Miyazaki, I have a question. If, say, a provider is teaching a course that is 32 hours and 23 hours are 20 hours are lecture and the other rest of it is lab, so they're over the requirement, do they still have to submit a new application?
Board staff Tina Valerie would like to join in and she can speak to this topic.
Hi, Tina Valerie. I'm the chief of the Dental Assisting Unit and License and Program Compliance Unit. And I just wanted to comment, as Tara just went over, that all of our current infection control course providers are approved under California Code of Regulations 1070.6. And so with this new statute and the new requirements, all providers would have to apply under this new pathway. Because again, this would be applicable to unlicensed dental assistants. So there would be 2 separate courses. And so the providers interested, and if you offer the 8-hour course under 1070.6, you could still apply and teach both, but it would require a separate application. Thank you.
Miyazaki, I just would like to make another comment about the public comments concerning the sort of like if you're in a rural area that the course should be taken immediately, and that would be a hardship. But again, I think I just want to refer back to the comment I made back on the meeting materials on page 22 about the retention rates of dental assisting. So I think this could be like a workforce issue as well. If we retained our dental assistants, then we wouldn't have to have more coming into the workforce as often. So again, maybe this is like something that could be addressed again by the stakeholders, because that way we don't need to have all these courses, more new courses coming up to burden the staff to approve it, and also all the applications that we have for the RDA, which is great. But again, the retention rate for dental assisting, I know, is much lower than dental hygienists and dentists. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Board staff, please call roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Marilla Turan. I will now call the roll. Epps Robbins,
Epps Robbins, aye.
Fowler,
Fowler, aye.
Gerlach,
Gerlach, aye.
Loren,
Lorraine, aye.
Miyazaki,
Miyazaki, aye.
Alagi,
Alagi, aye.
Smith. The motion passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 10, adjournment. This concludes the February 6, 2025 Dental Assisting Council meeting. This meeting is now adjourned.
All right, this is the moderator for our members of the public who are on the call. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break, and then we'll get started with the dental board meeting. Thank you for your patience, and please sit tight until the meeting begins. Thank you. This is the moderator. I see that we have board member Yogita Thacker on. May I get a quick mic check?
Yes, hi. Good
Hi, good morning.
morning.
I can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right, and this is the moderator. I also have board member Joni Forge on, and Joni, may I get a quick mic check from you?
Hi, I had just text Mirla to tell her that I wasn't able to unmute, so thank you.
Yeah, apologies. The council meeting was running a little bit over, but now that we're starting the board meeting, I could promote you back up.
Okay, do I need to do a video as well?
I believe so. So you want to check that? You can go ahead and turn your camera on.
Oh, let's see. Okay, there it is.
I can see you.
Okay, thank
Perfect.
you.
Yeah, and then I think they're gonna be returning around in about 5 minutes. So if you want to mute and turn your camera off in the meantime, you totally can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
time is it? It's time to start. Joe's going to do it. Yeah. So we have an announcement this morning first. Joe?
Good morning. I'm Investigator Tippins. I'm an investigator with the Sacramento Enforcement Office, and I'll be doing our safety briefing this morning. In the event that we have a disturbance in the audience, we ask that everybody remain seated. Investigator Furman and myself will address any disturbances in the audience. In the case or in an event that the disturbance becomes so egregious that we need to stop the meeting, Mr. President of the board will call the meeting into recess, and then we will address it. In the event that we have an situation such as an active shooter or any event that would require the evacuation of the room, we would ask that you go to the exit closest to you and stay away from the investigators. Thank you and have a good board meeting.
Thank you. I can't resist. You mean shooting more than words, right? All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this Dental Board of California meeting. My name is Dr. Steve Chan, and I am the president of the board. Today is Thursday, February 6th, 2025. This board meeting is being held via teleconference with the disclosed in-person location available for the board and for public member participation. For all those who wish to participate online, please log on to the WebEx website provided on the posted agenda for this meeting. Instructions to connect to the meeting are provided via agenda. The preferred audio connection is via telephone and not the microphone and speakers on your computer. The telephone number and access code will be provided as part of your connection to the meeting. During each call for comments from board members and speakers, we will ensure that all comments can be accommodated or heard before proceeding with the agenda. This is an official business meeting of the Dental Board of California. The board welcomes public comments on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. The DCA monitor will explain the process for providing public comment shortly. For individuals participating via WebEx, when called upon, the moderator will give the individual permission to unmute themselves. They will have 2 minutes to make public comment. The moderator will audibly announce when 30 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the 2 minutes have elapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. We will ask all speakers to please stay on topic and not repeat testimony already provided. If you agree with the testimony already provided, please just state your name and that you are in support of any comments previously provided. I would now like to ask the DCA moderator to please explain how public comments will be taken during this meeting.
Hello, this is the moderator of the meeting. For the purposes of today's meeting, when the board president opens public comment, members of the public who would like to provide public comment at our DCA location in Sacramento can approach the table and microphone at the front of the room. For those joining us via WebEx, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature to facilitate public comment. When the board reaches a point in the agenda in which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on, and members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment," or comment into the question box, which is typically at the lower right-hand corner of your screen. We'll also be recognizing the raise hand feature, and if you are an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. When I, the moderator, call on the individual to give the individual permission to unmute their microphone, they will be given 2 minutes to make their comments. At the conclusion of 2 minutes, their microphone will then be muted, and we will move on to the next member of the public who has a comment. Please note that the question and answer feature is being used only as a means for members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. This is not a means to ask questions of the moderator or board members. Questions submitted using this feature will not be answered. When making your comment, please make sure the comment is directed at the host in the drop-down. While you are free to express criticism or negative views, for the sake of the members of the public participating on the call, please do not use profane language when making public comments to the board. I will provide a brief reminder of this approach at the start of each public comment item.
Thank you. Dr. DeCour, please turn on your video. This meeting is now called to order. Dr. DeCour, we need to have you on screen.
For some reason, it says it's disabled. Let me log in from a different computer and see if that solves the problem.
Thank you. We're going to have to wait until Dr. DeCour comes online. I have it on here. Yeah. Thank you for being patient.
All right, this is the moderator. Dr. Thakur, can I get a quick mic and video check from you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And then are you able to, oh, yep, your camera's on. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Sorry about that.
This meeting is now called to order. There are 2 board members participating in this meeting remotely. Each board member participating remotely must disclose whether there are any other individuals 18 years of age or older present in the room at the remote location with the board member and the general nature of the member's relationship with such individuals. Dr. Forge, is there anyone 18 years of age or older present in the room with you at your remote location?
No.
Thank you. Dr. Thakur, is there anyone 18 age of age or older present in the room with you at your remote location?
No.
Thank you. Board members participating remotely are reminded that they must visibly appear on camera during the open portion of the meeting. If the remote member experiences any trouble with visibly appearing on the camera, the member shall announce the reason for their non-appearance when they turn off their camera, such as due to challenges with internet conductivity. I will now ask the board secretary to please call the roll.
Good morning, Board Secretary Larin. Chan?
Chan, aye.
Chan, present. Cheng?
Chang, present.
Cheng, present. David?
David, present.
David, present. Felsenfeld?
Felsenfeld, present.
Felsenfeld, present. Forge?
Forge present.
Forge, present. Larin, present. Medina? Medina, present. Olage?
Olagi present.
Olage, present. Thakur?
Thakur present.
Thakur, present. You?
You, present.
You, present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 2, public comment on items not on the agenda. It's on page 6 of the meeting materials. Before we open public comment on matters not on the agenda, I would like to remind individuals making comments not to discuss pending complaints, pending licensure applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come later before the board for a decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to the board members that is outside of the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. Accordingly, if an individual makes comments on a pending disciplinary action, the individual will be interrupted. The board can, of course, receive comments regarding the board processes in general, but it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. In addition, public comments should address the board as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members, but it is not a discussion between board members and the public. The only action board members can take right now is to listen to comments and to decide whether they want a future agenda item on the topic. Though this may seem at times like the board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed to avoid compromising the speaker's goal or the board's mission. In the interest of time, as we've done in the past, we would like to request that public comments not to repeat statements made by a prior commentator. If you are in support of a statement made by a prior individual and your comments have already been made, please just state your name or association and your support for the previous commentator. Legislative hearings regularly use this practice as it is a good way to ensure that we hear from everyone. Is there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DC moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, you can click that raise hand icon or use the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 3, discussion and possible action on the November 7th to 8th, 2024 board meeting minutes. It's on page 7 through 46 of the meeting materials.
Move approval. Second.
Was that?
I moved. Second.
Okay, David, motion and you second. Are there any other board member discussions on the 2024 November meeting minutes? Seeing none? Let's see. Is there any in-person public comments on the meeting minutes? Seeing none? Are there any public comments from the individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or use the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears at this time there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
The motion is to approve November 7th and 8th, 2024 meeting minutes. Chan?
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Cheng?
Chang, aye.
Cheng, aye. David?
David, aye.
David, aye. Felsenfeld?
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, aye. Forge?
Forge, aye.
Forge, aye. Larin, aye. Medina?
Medina abstain.
Medina abstain. Olage?
Olagi, aye.
Olage, aye. Thakur?
Aye.
Thakur, aye. You?
You, aye.
You, aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. Let's see, let's move on to agenda item 4, the board president report. The president's report is printed and we do have some supplemental comments. On behalf of the board members and our entire working crew of the Dental Board of California, we wish to extend our condolences and our sympathies for the survivors of the catastrophic events of the firestorms in Southern California. Our hearts are with you. I've had the benefit of weekly briefings since November 2024 with the Executive Officer Tracy Montez, Associate Executive Officer Christy Bell, and joined with Vice President Alan Felsenfeld. We thank Dr. Felsenfeld for his service presiding as officer and president of the board in 2023 and 2024. I'm going to go a little off script. I have something for him for his service. As a symbol of his high office, we have a symbol for you, Dr. Felsenfeld. Couldn't resist. It's a gavel.
Thank you.
Absolutely. The next thing is that we'd like to thank the board members for accepting the assignments to the committees as identified in the report. We would also like to thank Dr. Lilia Laren, who accepted the appointment to the vacancy on the Dental Assisting Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
We further want to offer our thanks to the board members, Joanne Pacheco, Meredith McKenzie, and Dr. Sonia Molina for their service on the board, who have completed their terms of appointment to this board. On behalf of the board, we thank Dr. Montez's service and leadership as Executive Officer of the Dental Board. We wish her good fortune in the adventures in life ahead. We'd like to offer this final acknowledgement. We'd like to offer the acknowledgement of a citation from the California Department of Consumer Affairs. Please come up. I'd like to read this acknowledgement. Tracy A. Montez, PhD, honoring her in retirement. Whereas Tracy A. Montez has served the state of California for more than 19 years. And whereas Tracy A. Montez began her career in public service in 1990 as a graduate research assistant with the Office of Professional Examination Services at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Then served as personnel selection consultant with the Office of Professional Examination Services from 1999 to 2001, as a supervising personnel selection consultant with the California State Personnel Board from 2001 to 2002, as a staff services manager 3 chief with the Office of Professional Examination Services from 2002 to 2006, as an education research evaluation consultant with the California Department of Education from 2014 to 2015, and as an education administrator with the California Department of Education from 2015 to 2016. Then in 2016, rejoined the Department of Consumer Affairs as a division chief, and most recently served as the executive officer of the Dental Board of California. And whereas Tracy A. Montez, during her time in the Department of Consumer Affairs Executive Office, served with distinction as a member of the Audit Committee and the Executive Office Bureau Chief Cabinet. And whereas Tracy A. Montez was a sponsor of the Department of Consumer Affairs Values Team, led the Policy Review Committee and was a member of the Blue Ribbon Commission on the future of the state bar examination. And whereas Tracy A. Montez was a member of the merit board that awarded the Department of Consumer Affairs Superior Sustained Accomplishment Awards and mentored a great number of employees over the years, helping them to succeed in their careers. Whereas Tracy A. Montez has earned the trust, respect of all who have worked with her. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Director Kimberly Kirschmeyer, by token of this resolution on behalf of the state of California, congratulates Tracy A. Montez on the occasion of her retirement, commends her outstanding record of service, and extends best wishes for success and fulfillment in all of her endeavors. And further, resolve that a suitably prepared copy of this resolution be presented to Tracy A. Montez, PhD, subscribed on this 6th day of February, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you.
I'm not done. This is where I can go off script. We have another token of her high standing. As you orchestrated and conduct, we're going to offer you this symbol of your career. A conductor's baton. Opening the ribbon, there's a little ribbon on that. This is from the board. Now, lavender is the academic color of dentistry, and we gave her her pin.
Yeah, right.
You don't get to talk, not yet. Are there any board member comments?
I just want to say that it was a pleasure working with you, Dr. Montez. I really enjoyed my time here with you.
Yes.
I also have a comment. I just want to wish you so much joy and so much happiness in your retirement. You were so supportive of me when I joined the board, and we came in probably about the same time. And so I just always want you to know how much I appreciate how kind you were to me.
Okay, any other board comments? Go
Thank
ahead.
you for all your hard work and your commitment. It truly showed, especially during these meetings. But also want to wish you lots of luck in your new adventures in life.
Go ahead.
I had the opportunity to be the president at the time that Tracy was brought down to us from DCA. It was a difficult time for our board at that time. We had lots of problems, and I had very much concern about what's this woman going to bring down, being a psychometrician, whatever that is. And despite all of her experience and everything else she's been doing, she hasn't really run a board like ours. And dentistry is a little different, and we are a little different as dentists, aren't we all? So the bottom line is, I was very concerned. I was overwhelmed when she got here and hit the ground running, and has done nothing but continue to grow, continue to lead, continue to help us, continue to keep me in line, that's a tremendous, tremendous obligation. And you will certainly be missed. Christy has been learning from you, and I look forward to working with her as we will. But you have done a phenomenal job of coming in and doing things for the board. Thank you for everything you've done.
Now, are there any in-person public comments?
May I? I would just like to thank the board for their confidence in me, the council members as well. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm so thankful that the DCA director, had the confidence in me to assign me here and work with all of you. It's been phenomenal. We've done amazing things, and I have no doubt that Christy and all of you will continue. And that's because, again, we have a great staff. And so I'm excited. And I don't know, you may see me at a board meeting cheering you on. But again, thank you so much. I truly appreciate the recognition.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other in-person public comments?
Dr. Chan, can I add one? Just
Yes, go ahead.
So Dr. Montez, I really just want to thank you. There was a dinner in Anaheim at Pico de Pepo, and I was asking for personal advice on my PhD. And I really want to say thank you, because not only did you provide support, mentorship, coaching, and guidance as a board member, but you invested in the human I am outside of the board. And I am very grateful for that. Thank you.
Sherry Becker, representing Sherry Becker. I want to thank Tracy for all of her hard work and investment. It's been awesome. Thanks for the ride. And Sherry Becker, representing the Alliance. On behalf of the Alliance, we want to extend our gratitude towards job well done, and you will be missed. And we look forward to working with Christy. Thank you.
Tuka Zokai, representing CDA and myself, I would just like to thank Tracy for everything she's done to help move forward some really just challenging and interesting policies, legislation. And from when I joined CDA was around the same time that Dr. Montez also stepped into this role. So she's all I've known, and it's been great working with the board and connecting with her. And I've learned so much. She's been a wealth of knowledge, and just really appreciate that collaboration. And she'll be very missed, but wishing her the best on her future adventures.
Bruce Witcher, CDA and past board member. I worked with Tracy off and on over the years in her capacity over at DCA on various examination issues, and her expertise was greatly appreciated at that time. And I had no doubt when she came over to the board as our EO that expertise would apply here as well. So it's been great knowing her and working with her. And I would caution her, having retired myself and gone back to work, retirement is not so easy. You might find yourself back in a job before you know it. And I hope so, because we would welcome your input. Thank you.
Gary Cooper, representing Cal Amos, the oral and maxillofacial surgeons. I too want to echo the comments that have been made about Tracy. You know, I've worked with her now for the last 4 years. And what is really amazing about her is the fact that she, as Dr. Felsenfeld indicated, she picked it up very quickly. She's been with DCA for a long time, but she picked up this particular area very quickly. And she's also been very, very accessible. A lot of times it's difficult to get a hold of some folks. Her, it's very easy to get a hold of. And I want to thank her for all of her wonderful work. And I wish her the very best in her retirement.
Thank you. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public who are currently on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. If you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and I do have a request from Leslie Canham. And Leslie, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Leslie Cannon, and I'm a registered provider of continuing education for both the Dental Practice Act infection control courses and the 8-hour infection control course. And I wanted to thank Tracy Montez for quickly responding to my email questions. I have many questions from speaking to many dental professionals in California and across the nation, but particularly in California, to resolve confusion regarding some regulations. Ms. Montez has been expedient in responding to my responses and my questions, and that helps me to disseminate information to California dental professionals, which I'm sure reduces the number of phone calls to both CDA and to the California Dental Board. So thank you very much for your prompt responses to questions of concern.
DCA moderator, go ahead.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Susan McLaren. And Susan, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak. If a 30-second warning, please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Thanks, Dr. Montez, for her work with the Dental Board of California and her coordination with the Dental Hygiene Board and dental hygienists in general. And we wish her much good times, many good times. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Joanne. And Joanne, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
This is Joanne Pacheco, previous board member representing myself. And I just wanted to congratulate Tracy and thank her for her talent and her utmost professionalism. And I just know how talented she is, and I get the feeling we'll see her again. So congratulations, Tracy. And I miss all of you. Have a good meeting.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Anthony Lum. And Anthony, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak. If a 30-second warning, please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good morning, dental board members. This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer of the Dental Hygiene Board. I apologize that I can't be there in person. I'm a bit under the weather today, but just wanted to convey my congratulations to Tracy. And I know she'll have fun in retirement, and just appreciate all the collaboration that she's had since she's been the Executive Officer of the Dental Board. And my board appreciates all the collaborative efforts that we've done over the years, and appreciate future collaborations as well. So congratulations, Tracy, and good luck in retirement. Take care. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment.
Thank you. And thank you again, Dr. Montez, for your service, for advancing this board, and for mentoring a lot of us to see ahead. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 5, Assistant Executive Officer Report. We're on page 49 of the materials. I'm going to ask Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer, to present this agenda item.
Thank you. Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer. I wanted to do a little introduction so you can all get to know me. I first joined the board in December of 2022. However, I have been with the Department of Consumer Affairs for over 10 years in various positions. Today, we will have a presentation by DCA's Solid on strategic planning. The Dental Board's current strategic plan is for the years 2022 through 2025 and is concluding. The presentation will be during the board meeting and is agenda item 8. If you are not able to stay, you can refer to the webcast to watch later. Strategic planning will also be discussed again at the May board meeting. I also wanted to let you know that the 2025 DPA will be available to order soon, and we will have that information posted on our website in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any board member comment? Seeing none. Is there any in-person public comment? Good morning. No? Okay, I know. Seeing no in-person public comments, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. For audio-only participants, you may raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Well, thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 6, report on Department of Consumer Affairs activities, which may include updates on the department's administrative services, human resources, enforcement, information technology, communications, and outreach, as well as legislative, regulatory, and policy matters. We're on page 50 of the materials, of the meeting materials. I'm going to ask Melissa Gear, DCA Board and Bureau Relations Deputy Director, to provide this report. Good morning.
Good morning. So, hello and good morning, President Dr. Chan, Vice President Dr. Feldenfeld, Assistant Executive Officer Bell, and members of the board. I'm Melissa Gear, Deputy Director for Board and Bureau Relations. I appreciate the opportunity to share the Department of Consumer Affairs update this morning. I want to congratulate Dr. Yu on his reappointment to the board and his continued commitment to protecting the consumers of California. I also would like to take a moment to thank Dr. Sonia Molina, Meredith McKenzie, and Joanne Pacheco for their service and commitment to the board and California's consumers. I wish them well in their future endeavors. I would also like to take a moment to thank Executive Officer Dr. Tracy Montes for her service to the board and the consumers of California and wish her well in retirement. Congratulations, Tracy. Next up, we have Governor's Executive Order. On January 29, 2025, Governor Newsom released Executive Order N-1525, providing quick recovery relief for local businesses by deferring renewal fees and waiving other fees for DCA licensees in the Los Angeles wildfire areas. Specific DCA provisions include DCA licensees where licenses expire between January 1st and July 1st, 2025, will be granted a one-year extension to pay their renewal fee if their business or residence address is in certain zip codes impacted by the fires. Licensees will still need to renew their licenses, but their fees will be postponed for 1 year. In addition, duplicate or replacement licenses or wall certificates will be provided free of charge until January 7th, 2026, and delinquency fees are suspended until July 1st, 2025 for those in the impacted areas. DCA met with Board and Bureau leadership January 29th after the executive order was released by the governor and discussed the executive order at its implementation. DCA is providing messaging to the boards and bureaus for dissemination to the impacted licensees, as well as consistent messaging for use on all board and bureau websites. Additionally, we have asked the boards and bureaus to share the executive order and fee deferral opportunity with stakeholders. We want to ensure this information is shared with as many as possible. In addition, DCA has a specific disaster help center webpage accessible at www.dca.ca.gov that includes information on the executive order, frequently asked questions, and other important resources that may be helpful as our licensees and survivors as they navigate the rebuilding process. DCA also has a dedicated toll-free number, 1-800-799-8314, and email cafires@dca.ca.gov, available for fire survivors needing assistance. Each DCA board and bureau website has been updated with information for individuals impacted by the fires. In addition, DCA's Office of Information Services, DCA's IT team, has developed landing pages for all online databases, so those going through the renewal process will receive information regarding the fee deferral when they go to renew their license online. DCA has also provided each board and bureau a list of the impacted licensees based on their provided zip codes and is encouraging boards and bureaus to reach out to those licensees directly to inform them of the executive order and the relief available. We are grateful to the governor for this opportunity to assist our licensees in their time of unprecedented need. A special thank you to the DCA board and bureau leadership for their continued partnership and commitment to help survivors. DCA sincerely appreciates all the boards and committees' efforts. Next, Governor Newsom released his proposed 2025-26 state budget on January 10th, which included 8 budget change proposals, or BCPs, for DCA's boards and bureaus. Additionally, DCA's vacancy reduction and government efficiency plans were approved by the Department of Finance and may be made official in the spring revisions. The governor remains committed to funding resources to address California's housing and homelessness crisis. Included in the governor's proposed budget is the creation of a dedicated California Housing and Homeless Agency. The Department of Consumer Affairs and their regulators currently under the Business and Consumer Services and Housing Agency would form a Consumer Protection Agency. This is an extraordinary opportunity for DCA to better align with other consumer protection entities as one consumer protection agency. With a Consumer Protection Agency secretary within the governor's cabinet, this is an exciting opportunity that will only strengthen our mission, momentum, and delivery of services to California. The governor's reorganization proposal will be reviewed by the nonpartisan Little Hoover Commission and the legislature in the spring. As more information is available, DCA will continue to keep board leadership updated. The governor signed AB 1170, which requires board members to now file their Form 700s electronically with the Fair Political Practice Commission, or FPPC, using the FPPC's electronic filing system. Effective January 1st, 2025, DCA board members must file Form 700s through the FPPC's online system. Filings will no longer be filed via the NetFile portal that DCA board members have been using for many years. Additionally, paper filings will not be accepted. The FPPC emailed all board members on January 2nd, 2025 with a link to the FPPC portal and login information. As a reminder, the annual Form 700 filing deadline is Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. Please contact Board and Bureau Relations with questions regarding the new requirements at memberrelations@cda.ca.gov. Next, DCA invites presidents and vice presidents to attend our annual President's Training on February 19th from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. This virtual training is for board members who are new to the role of president or vice president and those who have served in the role for a year or more. The training will review the role of a board president, communication best practices with the executive officer and board members, as well as the president's administrative duties. It also includes a panel of prior board members who will share their knowledge and expertise and answer questions from attendees. Learning from each other is a large part of this training, and we look forward to seeing all presidents and vice presidents there. Please register online using DCA's Learning Management System, or LMS. Save the date. Board member orientation, or BMOT, must be completed within 1 year of appointment and reappointment to the board. BMOT is an all-day virtual training that DCA will offer on March 26th, June 18th, and October 22nd. Please register for the first available date to be compliant. Board members can register for BMOT using DCA's Learning Management System, or LMS. Finally, I wanted to provide an update regarding DCA's Board and Bureau Relations team. Yvonne Durantes served as the Assistant Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations since October of 22. On December 6th, the governor appointed Yvonne as the Assistant Deputy Director of Legislative and Government Affairs at the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services. Yvonne's last day at DCA was December 31st. We appreciate Yvonne's dedication to the Board and Bureau Relations team and wish her well in her new role. As I close, on behalf of the director, I would like to thank the board and the staff for their hard work and partnership last year. We are excited about 2025 and the many opportunities that await us. Thank you for your dedicated service that protects California's consumers every day. I appreciate your time this morning and welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you for your report, Ms. Gear. Are there any board member comments? Seeing none, there's no action at this time. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public who are currently on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 7, budget report. We're on pages 51 through 57 of the printed meeting materials. I'm going to ask Wilbert Ramboa, Administrative Services Unit Manager, to present this agenda item. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Chan. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, board members. I will be providing a brief update on the board's budget. As of January 10th, the governor's budget was released, and the new appropriation for the general board is $20,272,000, and revenue is reported at $23,883,000. As mentioned previously by Ms. Gear, the finalization for the budget letters for the control section, the control section 4.12 and 4.05, the dental board will be losing approximately 2 positions, and the reduction from the board has been identified as $147,000, which should be maybe finalized by spring. On page 55 of your materials, the board is projected to revert roughly $1.5 million. And from that, it's going to be $4 million in personnel services that is projected, and $5 million in OE&E. And the projected revenues for the year are $20.3 million to the end of the fiscal year is what's currently projected. There's no action items on this agenda item. If you have any questions, I am available.
Thank you for your report. Is there any board member comment?
You mentioned that there were some funds to be reverted to what? To the general fund or what?
To our fund, so to the dental board fund.
Reverted from where?
So from the appropriation, we have a set amount that we can spend each year.
Okay.
And so if we do not spend the entirety of that amount goes back to
Into our
our
fund.
fund.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Yeah, and just for the records, if the board members would identify who they are before they make the comment. Thank you. Any other board member comments? Go ahead.
You know what I'm going to ask about the
Who are you?
$5,000? I'm Dr. Lunny. I was going to ask about, it says here where it mentions a $5 million repayment will be coordinated as part of any future regulatory and statutory fee increase proposal. Is that the renewal fees for dentists? What kind of increase would that relate to?
If there was a potential fee increase
In-
that we,
Of what? Like membership?
it would be the fee increase for for any licensing fees.
Of what? Excuse me?
Licensing fees.
License fees, but not fees for dental assistant programs, because I saw we have some increase in fees of other items, like I think the radiation permits and things like that. Does that not include that? Because I noticed that there's some increases happening in other areas, like licensure fees for courses, I believe it was, or art radiation applications, things. I noticed it in the book that there's increases for other items not related to licensure renewal. Does that include all of that, all of the fees, or just the licensure renewal?
If I can, Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer. I think you're talking about the fees in that legislative proposal, and they are not new fees. They're already existing. We're just getting them into statute so that the information is captured.
Can you please repeat that?
They are not new fees. They've always been charged. We're just getting them into statute so that it's in the record.
But I believe there was an increase there somewhere also. Maybe
So-
we haven't seen it. I just read it in the book somewhere.
I will.
So that means that before the repayment has to be coordinated only when we have an increase in renewal fees?
Okay, so to answer your question, I think I'll take further note, but so in regards to fees are typically set via statute. And so the regulations that we're doing clarify how much those fees are going to be. So we're not at the statutory cap on all of our fees yet, but for those that have been identified, we're clarifying what those fees are going to be set at. So the key word here is existing fees versus new fees. So the 5 million would not come into play unless there are any new fees for the dental board and dental assistants that we would be pursuing. But at this time, we're not pursuing that.
Could I comment?
makes
Go ahead. Robert David,
Increase.
I think what you're talking about is there was a loan made from our fund to the general fund, right? And before any fee increases are anticipated, that money has to be repaid to us, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I think that's where you were going.
Yes, I did understand that part, but I did notice other fee increases elsewhere, but that's okay. I'll speak to you about it later.
Any other board comment? Go ahead.
There are fee changes submitted to the board under agenda item 11C, applications for dentist licensure. Okay, yeah, just to, parse this out, there's the dental assisting program and course fees. That's a legislative proposal. That's not actually any increase in fees. That's just reflective of what the board has been charging under regulation. And separately, there is a regulatory package that would change the dentist licensure fees.
Any other board comments? Seeing none, there are no actions at this time. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We are going to postpone agenda item 8, presentation from DCA Strategic Organizational Leadership and Individual Development, SOLID, on strategic planning, and it's on page 58. We're going to postpone that until after lunch. We're going to move on to agenda item number 9, which is, let's see, the report on the Dental Hygiene Board of California activities are on pages 59 through 61 of the meeting materials. I'm going to ask Ms. Bell to provide this report.
Thank you. Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer. Mr. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer of the Dental Hygiene Board of California, has provided a written report regarding the Dental Board of California's draft of California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1005, Minimum Standards for Infection Control Regulations, and its collaboration with the Dental Hygiene Board of California. No action is requested, and this item is informational only. The Dental Hygiene Board of California reviewed and approved the draft language at its November 16th, 2024 board meeting to provide consensus. This is regarding agenda item 11B, which will be discussed later in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report in absentia. Are there any board members comment? Seeing none. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are, oh, I apologize. We do have a request from Leslie Canham. And Leslie, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Thank you, Leslie Canham. I'm a certified and registered dental assistant and also certified in dental infection prevention and control and authorized by the federal government as an OSHA outreach trainer. I am a provider of continuing education for the Dental Board of California and the Academy of General Dentistry, and I am authorized to provide the infection control 2-hour course for license renewal and the 8-hour infection control course for unlicensed dental assistants. My concern with the draft regulation for the minimum standards for infection control is there are a variety of flaws and inconsistencies with OSHA regulations and with CDC recommendations, both from 2003 recommendations for infection control in dental healthcare settings and the 2016 update, as well as other discussion for future changes to CDC guidelines for dental settings. I'm also extremely concerned with the lack of information or requirements on the infection control regulations for dental unit water lines, that there's inconsistencies with CDC's recommendations for treatment, testing and monitoring and strategies to improve water quality. Purging and flushing document has been identified in the infection control guidelines as it was in, the infection control minimum standards as it was in 2011, which the CDC states that purging and flushing dental unit water lines does not
30 seconds.
unit water quality and can be a safety issue for patient care. I would like to also offer my assistance to the boards or the working committees on the infection control regulation guidelines so that I can provide insight and input. I have top of mind information on not only the regulations for OSHA, but also for CDC, as I have written infection control questions for the dental assisting.
We're going to have to interrupt you. You're
the
exceeding your
ICD
time.
test, and I can be helpful in providing.
All right, apologies. Time is up. And it appears we have no further requests for public comment.
Well, we thank you for your comments. It'll be tackled later on the subject matter that you're presenting. We're going to move on to agenda item 10, Dental Assisting Council Meeting Report. We're on page 62 of the meeting materials. I'm going to ask Ms. Deandra Epps Chair of the Dental Assisting Council, to present this agenda item. Sorry. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. The Dental Assisting Council Chair Report. The Dental Assisting Council of the Dental Board of California met Thursday, February 6, 2025. The meeting was also held via WebEx events for public participation. After calling the meeting to the order and establishing a quorum, public comment was taken. The November meeting minutes were approved. The Assistant Executive Officer report on items including the upcoming strategic planning process and updates were provided by the board staff on dental assisting examination, licensing, and programs and courses approval. A brief update on plans for the Dental Assisting Regulation Working Group was provided. The council then discussed initiating the rulemaking to amend California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1005, regarding minimum standards for infection control. The council took public comment and made the following recommendations to the board. After robust discussion, the council moved for the language to go back for revision by the Infection Control Working Group to address stakeholders' concerns. Finally, the council discussed the legislative proposal to amend Business and Professional Code Sections 1725, 1750, and 1753.52. and repeal sections 1754.5 and 1755 regarding dental assisting courses. The council listened, took public comment, and made the following recommendations to the board. And that would be for item on agenda 9B. The council moved to approve the recommendation for submission to the board, the legislative proposal to amend BPC sections 1725, 1750, and 1753.52. The repeal BPC sections 1754.5 and 1755 regarding dental assisting courses.
That's it?
Yes.
Just to clarify, the motion that came out of the Dental Assisting Council meeting
Yeah.
for agenda item 9B was a motion to amend Business and Professions Code Section 1725, 1753.52, 1754.5, and 1755.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your report. Is there any other board comment? Seeing none, there's no action at this time on this agenda item. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA Monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device.
Got it. Got it.
All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your report.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to agenda item 11. It's the status of update on pending regulations. We're on page 63. Going to ask Mr. Brent Nelson, Legislative and Regulatory Specialist, to present this agenda item. Good morning. And Christy Shields, thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, my name is Brent Nelson.
Are you on?
For the record, I did not break this microphone. My name is Brent Nelson. I'm the Legislative and Regulatory Specialist for the Dental Board. I'll be presenting agenda item 11A, which begins on page 63 of your meeting materials. So there are currently no pending regulations. This item is information only and no action is requested. And I just want to point out that although there are no pending items, there are certainly some things coming down the chimney boots first. We've got a lot of stuff coming and we'll be briefing on that later. But this concludes the agenda item and thank you.
Okay. So are there any other board member discussions on this item, 11A? Seeing none, any in-person public comments on this 11A item? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA Monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 11B, discussion and possible action to initiate a rulemaking to amend California Code of Regulations, CCR, Title 16, Section 1005 regarding minimum standards for infection control. We're on pages 64 through 145. And Mr. Nelson, you're up.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Business and Professions Code Section 1680 requires the dental board to review infection control guidelines. Proposed changes to the guidelines must be reviewed by the Dental Hygiene Board of California. So the board and the Dental Hygiene Board established a consensus by working together. The board last updated the language way back in 2011, but CDC guidelines were last updated June 2024. So we need to update our minimum control language. So back at the February 2024 meeting, the board president appointed Joanne Pacheco and Kara Miyazaki to serve as the board's working group. After many months, we had the language in a good place and consulted with the Dental Hygiene Board and their subject matter experts. We worked on revisions and developed an agreed upon final draft. This is very dense material, very technical, but working together, we came to a good agreed upon final draft. We then made additional revisions on the agreed upon draft regarding the removal of a top shields reference from the safety glasses requirement as requested by CDA. So with that revision made, where the language stands now, we this morning at the Dental Assistant Council, I'm sure you heard, we basically have some new valuable feedback to kind of assess and go through. And so I'll defer to Ms. Shield to discuss the next steps on this.
So this morning we received about 8 what I call adverse comments about the proposed text, which we were recommending you adopt in attachment 2 of the meeting materials. That includes the issue that CDA had flagged at the Dental Hygiene Board meeting. So we'd addressed that, but there were about 8 additional adverse comments, one of which you heard in a prior agenda item, that were brought forward. So the council is recommending that this text be brought back to the working group for consideration. We did lose Joanne Pacheco. She was on the initial working group, but Ms. Alagi has graciously agreed to replace her and help us work through consideration of all the comments that have been received. So we would recommend at this time no action, and we would, unless you want to move forward, but we would suggest adopting the recommendations of the Dental Assisting Council to take it back to the working group for further work on these issues. But at this time, I would ask if there's any dental board or other public comment on the attachment 2 that you want us to also consider to work through with the working group. We just would like to get as much input as possible so we don't have to keep bringing this back over and over again. So I send it back to President Chan. Thank you.
Are there any other board comments? Go ahead.
I would just like to
Identify.
Board Member Olagi, I would just like to echo from this morning that stakeholders do submit in writing any thoughts, comments, feedback to our executive officer for the working group. Oh, and anybody else to send it to? Sorry, Michelle.
You could either send it to Mr. Nelson or Ms. Bell. So I don't know, Ms. Bell, do you have a preference? Ms. Bell, do you prefer to receive the comments, or would you like them directed to Mr. Nelson?
Please send them to Mr. Nelson.
Okay, thank you.
So sending all comments, feedback to Mr. Nelson. I just want to echo that from this morning for that the working group can be able to have those on hand.
Any other board comments? Go ahead, Lily.
Dr. Larin, I just also want to, I would like to follow the recommendations of the DAC, especially where it says immediately, that we have to do certain things immediately, which is totally not feasible. And the other comment about the motor, to see, just provide feedback on
whether it
how
could be
we are
sterilized.
to
Is that what you're
sterilize
talking about?
yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, let's go on to, there's no action item currently.
But I would
matter
ask if
is
you wouldn't
referred.
mind taking public comments to
sorry.
see if there's any additional negative feedback that we might need to take on. I mean, I just want to get as much feedback as possible.
Absolutely.
And when we have an opportunity to do that, so that you're not looking at this multiple times.
Right.
So I just,
And the purpose was that for the board comments, it was referred. So
Yes, so
let's go
on
on to
attachment
the,
2.
yeah, there's no motion right now. There's no motion for the board to consider, but we will ask now for public comment. Any in-person public comments? Seeing none? Let's go on to, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx DCA Monitor? Please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator and members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And it looks like we do have a request from Leslie Canham. And Leslie, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Okay.
Again, Leslie Canham, certified and registered dental assistant and certified in dental infection prevention and control. And as I mentioned at the dental council meeting earlier this morning for dental assistants, that I would like to volunteer my services on the working group for the draft regulations and submission of information for the infection control minimum standards. That I have a great deal of access to information and top of mind resources that I can provide. So I'm particularly concerned about the dental unit water line issues and how that would affect the safety of the California consumer. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator, and it appears there are no further requests for public comment on this item.
Are there any other board comments? Go ahead.
Felsenfeld, Vice President. I would like to, for my own edification, because I sat there and listened to all this morning, get a little confused. We had agreement that the top shield is out, excuse me, and that was the motion that we wanted to pass through.
Correct.
The problem was we got a series of other, at least half a dozen other concerns that we had. Then,
right.
This is long, sorry about that, Ms. Shields. Then there was a discussion of rescinding it. You didn't have to do that, but you made a motion to refer this back to the work group. I'm a parliamentary geek, I'm sorry, I apologize, but parliamentarily, that's a higher level motion, which means you don't have to rescind the old one. If you refer it back, that whole package, including all of the comments, motors notwithstanding, everything, goes back to the work group and they look at everything. That's the whole point. We don't have that in front of us right now. We have nothing in front of us because there's no motion, as I understand it. Am I correct, or am I missing
There's no
something?
motion.
There's no motion. So I would like to make a motion that we accept the recommendations of the council and that we refer back, unfortunately, because I don't think it's a great idea, but we have no options, to refer back all of the comments plus the original motion that we had for more work by the group.
So there was no motion to rescind anything at the dental assisting council meeting. It was a recommendation to come to you to rescind it.
Okay.
So,
It's still the same motion here.
but the motion that you had passed previously to send this matter to the working group still is in play, so to speak. So I guess we were thinking that we didn't need to do all of that, but I don't have any concerns if he wants to make that motion.
Okay.
We would just have to take public comment on it.
Make the motion as well.
Okay.
Ms. Welch, what's your?
I would say that the board doesn't have anything to really act on because it was referred back to the DAC for action and they have referred it down to the working group. So
So we don't have
the
to
da-
act on it.
that's correct. There's
Okay.
nothing for you to do
Okay.
at this time.
So if we don't have a second, the motion dies. That's fine. I was under the impression that they wanted us to make a decision, but if at that level they can refer back, then we're fine. Problem solved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But
Go ahead.
Board Member Olagi, I just want to make a comment. So I know the word immediately came up in two situations or from this. Going into the working group, I want to look at that word language because in my mindset, if your PPE becomes soiled or saturated, example, during an OS procedure, pediatrics, a child exercise, that is an immediate that needs to be changed. So us just looking at the history of that language and that word before going to a different pathway. And I want us just to bring that up as discussion and for stakeholders too, of us coming to like some type of collaboration in that word, because that's how I've always historically have understood it
Right.
in the history of knowing this language. Again, I just want to bring that to conversation and wanted to share that comment.
Well, and you're in the working group, fortunately, so have a lot of say in how that, right. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to bring that up while stakeholders are in the room, are able to hear and us looking at. And I do echo the importance of us looking at the dental water unit lines.
Any other board comments? Seeing none, let's move on to agenda item 11C. Discussion and possible action to initiate a rulemaking to amend CCR Title 16, Sections 1021, 1028, 1028.4, 1028.5, 1030, and 1035, and repeal sections 1032, 1032.1, 1032.2, 1032.3, 1032.4, 1032.5, 1032.6, 1032.7, 1032.8, 1032.9, 1032.10, 1033.1, 1034, and 1036.01 regarding applications for dentist licensure and fees. We're on page 146 and through page 220 on the meeting materials. Going to ask Mr. Nelson to present this item.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. I'm joined by my colleague, Chief of Licensing and Examination, Jody Ortiz. And Ms. Ortiz, would you like to inform the board about this particular item?
I would, thank you. Good morning or good
Morning.
afternoon, and congratulations to both of you. Good afternoon. So at the November 23 board meeting, staff presented a rulemaking proposal to update the board's application regulations for licensure by examination to reflect changes in law and regulations and add changes to licensing unit processes and procedures. The board approved these proposed changes at its November 2023 board meeting. This rulemaking was placed on hold as part of the SB 1453 sunset bill. The discussion and recommendations for the board, the staff recommend updating specified dentist licensing fees and applications to make further changes to existing dentist licensure application regulations as set forth in the attachment 1. And these changes would include the elimination of all references and regulations to portfolio examination, including the application form, which is on attachment 3, and the associated fees and related portfolio licensing standards. Also, a fee increase for processing the initial dentist licensing application using 8X or REB pathway from $400 to $490. Board staff conducted a new desk audit to support the fee increase in this proposal that considers both methods of application submissions, either via paper or online, and the revised salary rate calculator to support these fee proposals is in attachment 7. A fee increase for processing the law and ethics examination application from $125 to $180, CCR 1021. Again, board staff conducted a desk audit to support these fee increases, and that proposal is considered for online and paper method application submissions. And that is in attachment 8. Amendments to CCR sections 1028, 1028.4 and 1028.5 to repeal the forms incorporated by reference in these sections regarding submissions of paper forms and instead place those applications and associated requirements in a narrative form to allow for electronic paper application submission options as specified in attachments 2, 4, and 5. These proposed changes were made to implement the transition to the board's online electronic application licensing system, better known as BREEZE. A new convenience fee for those submitting applications online in CCR sections 1028, 1028.4, and 1028.5. The board has absorbed these fees in the past. This proposal would pass this credit card convenience fee charged to the credit card directly to the applicant whenever Breeze is used to submit a credit card payment for the application fee in accordance with Government Code Section 6159. Applicants choosing to use the paper option would not pay this convenience fee. They would just need to submit a cash, check, or money order, or cashier's check payable to the dental board. And then finally, implement requirements in CCR Section 1030 for applicants to show proof of successful completion of the National Board Dental Examination of the Joint Commission on National Dental Examination. The proposal would require applicants submit confirmation to the board within 1 year from the date of submission of the initial licensure application. And the action is requested for option 1.
Thank you. Board comments, go ahead.
Hello, Robert David.
Hi.
The initial license fee proposal to move from 400 to 490, when was it last raised?
It's
a good
been more
question.
than a decade since we've raised any of the license application fees. So what we did, when you're required to do by the Department of Finance, because they also review our regulation proposals, is to do either a fee study or a desk audit to justify any increase. That was done by staff back in 2023 with rate calculators that were projections. Now we have actuals, and so the staff revisited that calculator that they used and used actual numbers because we were in the current budget year that we're going to be going into that where these fees would be enacted if you approve them today. And so that number is actually $10 lower than we originally projected, but they're based on actual
Thank you.
hourly calculators.
And just for the record, that was Ms. Shields offering that
Oh, sorry.
response.
Christy
Yeah.
Shields, Regulations Counsel for the
Thank you.
board. Sorry, I apologize.
Go ahead.
Hello, this is Dr. Lorene again. Well, this fee increase is exactly what I had mentioned earlier in my comment, that is it tied into the loan repayment?
I am not sure if a license application fee increase would trigger repayment or if it would be the renewal fee that would trigger repayment. Do you know, Ms. Welch? Okay, we'd have to get back to you on that. It's not my understanding that a license fee increase, but I haven't looked at the loan repayment requirements to see. So, but we are required by state policy and the state administrative manual to recover the actual costs for any service we provide, which is why we had to reevaluate whether the application that we're updating would cause services to be more costly. And as we know, everything's more costly right now. So yes, it is more expensive to process an application, and currently you're absorbing this cost. And so we have the authority to increase the fee to recover those costs that you've been losing money on. And the proposal would be to increase it to $490 to recover the cost that you've been losing on the application.
Okay, so when they say it has to be repaid the loan when you have a fee increase like this one, would it be because this fee is under the statutory fee cap authority?
You know, I haven't looked at that Budget
Is it
Act
still
loan
under?
repayment requirements, so I couldn't comment on whether this fee increase would trigger the loan repayment. That's something we'd have to work from Budget Office to find out. I don't have an answer for you.
I just want our
apologize.
money back.
Oh, no. Any other board comments? I think what we are on next, though, is having an action item before us. So we're on page 149.
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
Ms. Regali might have the answer for us. Did she want to comment?
She didn't want to comment.
Oh, no, I was
No.
told she wanted to
Okay.
comment. Sorry. Apologies.
Okay, so again, we're on page 149. Do we have a motion before us to look at which option? When someone want to move it? Not yet.
We're asking for option 1 on motions.
So
Move option
Medina,
1, letting motion 1?
second, and Loren move the motion.
Yes.
Okay, and this is a long one to read, so can we, as written? Option number one.
Tara,
Option number one.
do we want them to read the motion or do you want me to read it for you? And then would that help?
Well, since this is more of an Office of Administrative Law issue.
It is.
To make sure that it's very clear in the board's meeting minutes, the rulemaking record, I would advise to read the whole thing. You know, one of
You're
us
up.
can do it if you
Can I
don't
do
want
that?
to,
You
but.
Want me to do that?
read
I
it.
can do that.
Oh, no, make- yeah.
You want me to read the motion?
Yes, please.
Move to rescind the board's prior November 9th, 2023 motion approving prior text for this item and instead approve the proposed regulatory text in attachment 1, including the repeal of the forms incorporated by reference in attachments 2 through 6. I further direct staff to submit the text to the Director, Department of Consumer Affairs and Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. If no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the text and to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the amendments, the rulemaking, and adopt the proposed regulations as noted for CCR Title 16 for amendments to sections 1021, 1028, 1028.4, 1028.5, 1030, and 1035, and for the repeal of sections 1032, 1032.1, 1032.2, 1032.3, 1032.4, 1032.5, 1032.6, 1032.7, 1032.8, 1032.9, 1032.10, 1033.1, 1034, and 1036.01. That sounds like a song to me.
Hum a few bars. So after taking a breath on that one, are there any in-person public comments on the motion before us? Seeing none. Dr. McKee. Yeah. Seeing none, let's go on. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. If you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and
Uh,
record the votes for this agenda item.
Just to clarify, was it a second from Chan?
No, from Medina.
Medina second. Okay, I'll take the vote. Chan?
Chan, aye.
And I, Cheng?
Chang, I.
Cheng, I, David?
David, aye.
David, I, Felsenfeld?
Felsenfeld, yes.
Felsenfeld, I, Forge?
Forge, aye.
Forge, I, Larin, I, Medina?
Medina, aye.
Medina, I, Olage?
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I, Thakur? Thakur?
Uh-oh,
You?
You, aye.
You, I, Thakur? Okay, motion passes.
probably have it.
I apologize. This is the moderator. Looks like Dr. Thakur fell off, but I got her promoted back in.
Hello, Dr. Thakur. Do you have a motion
Aye. Thank
Aye.
you.
on
There
on
you go.
agenda 11C? Okay, thank you.
And the motion
passes.
passed.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
After that one, we're going to recess for lunch.
Hmm.
Going to come back in about an hour, right? What time?
Whatever time you want.
1:15. Okay, thank you. Will you make sure that we have Dr. DeCour and Dr. Forge online? She's telling me.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you, guys. Okay, we are back in session. We're going to be going to item number 8. Do we have a person from number for the solid here? Okay.
This is the moderator. I'm actually the presenter from Solid. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend in person since I'm moderating the meeting.
Okay. All
yeah.
right. Let me do the get to the right page here. Page 20. Okay, we are on agenda item 8. We're in session. Presentation from DCA, Strategic Organizational Leadership and Individual Development, SOLID, on strategic planning. And please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sarah Irani. I am a strategic business analyst and facilitator with Solid. And I also do these WebEx meetings. All right,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to take over control of the presentation so I can pull up my slides.
And we are on page 58 of the printed meeting materials.
All right, so once again, I'm Sarah Irani from Solid's planning team, and I'm going to be facilitating your strategic planning process this year. Your strategic plan goes through 2025, and the new one will start in 2026. So we're going to cover the what, why, and how of strategic planning. So first off, what is strategic planning? This is a process for organizations to define their direction, decide how they're going to utilize their resources to achieve their mission and goals. This is going to help you determine what your organization is, what it does, and why it does it. So why do we conduct strategic planning? It's critical and efficient to effective operations. It's also legislatively mandated, so it's a good thing to have a strategic plan in place, especially a current one. And a strategic plan also helps to achieve your short-term and long-term goals. When you have that strategic plan, you're kind of able to determine what goals you want to focus on for the year based on your resources. And it's kind of like a nice, handy little guideline or map for you to follow. And how is a strategic plan created? This is going to be a 5-phase strategic planning process. Includes surveying of stakeholders, reporting of those survey results, and then we're going to have a strategic planning workshop to determine, based off that feedback, what objectives we want to identify. And I apologize for the small text. But I will try to read some of it in case you can't see it. So this is the roadmap for a strategic plan. And as you can tell, it kind of is a lengthy process. Right now, we're kind of in the preliminary meeting and setup where we are giving introductions of strategic planning. I have already met with both Tracy and Christy to kind of go over what are some needs for starting the strategic planning process and determining kind of a timeline. We're most likely going to get started in June or July, so you'll probably hear more from me then. And around that time, we'll start the environmental scan process. Here, we send out an online survey to stakeholders. These could be your licensees, any people in consumer groups, other educational institutions or other boards that you may work with. At the same time, I'll also be conducting interviews with you, the board members, to get your feedback on how you believe the board is doing. We'll get information from staff as well. And then once all that information is gathered, I will compile and report it into a report, which is called the Environmental Scan Report. And it'll have a summary of what everyone believes are the strengths and weaknesses for each of your goal areas and kind of have you figure out, what your stakeholders are feeling about the board and kind of comparing that to what your board members are also feeling. And so you can kind of get like a whole scope of everyone's thoughts. Once you have read over that report, we'll conduct the strategic planning session, and you'll use the information from that report to determine what objectives you want to focus on for next 3 to 5 years, depending on how long your strategic plan is. Additionally, during that strategic planning session, we may review the mission, vision, and values and refine any of them if you feel that that's appropriate. And once we have conducted that, I will draft up your strategic plan. You'll get a chance to review and refine it. And then once it's adopted and approved, it'll get posted to your website. And then the last step for strategic planning is action planning, where I work with staff and we will identify individual steps for each of those objectives and kind of create a little map of how they're going to accomplish each of those objectives for your timeline. Additionally, as you may be aware, the governor issued an executive order to strengthen the state's commitment to a California for all by directing the state agencies and departments to take additional actions to include equity analysis and considerations into the policies and practices. And this includes the strategic planning process. Here at DCA, we're driven by our consumer protection mission and common goal to support our employees and the people and communities across California. As such, you will find that we have improved our strategic planning process to reflect our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. With this, we'll be incorporating DEI into our objectives, and this isn't represented by in the environmental scan survey. We have 4 questions at the end that are related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. As a heads up, we are making a couple edits to them, so it may not be 4, it may be 3. Additionally, there will be an analysis in the report. And while we do the strategic planning process, we will encourage that you incorporate DEI into your goal and objectives. Most of the time for other boards and bureaus, this usually is represented by offering handouts or information in other languages, or it could be making certain documents more accessible, such as posting them online, etc. Those are just a few examples that we've seen in the past from other boards and bureaus. And then just reminding that DEI impacts should be considered for policy decisions. All right, so the strategic planning components, and I kind of highlighted this during the roadmap, so I won't go into a lot of detail since I kind of went into detail already. Strategic planning answers a couple questions: the where are we now, where are we going, and how will we get there? The where are we now is answered by your mission and values and the environmental scan. The where are we going is the vision, goals, and objectives, and the how will we get there is determined by the action plan. So here you can see your mission statement, which is the Dental Board of California's mission is to protect and promote the oral health and safety of California consumers by ensuring the quality of dental health care within the state. So this is currently what your mission statement is now, and the mission statement basically says that this is what we are as an organization, and this is what's important to us. Obviously, when we get to strategic planning process, you may want to see if you want to tweak it or not, but this is what it is currently. And while your mission defines what your organization does, your values define how you do it. And these are the current values that you have: consumer protection, professionalism, accountability, efficiency, fairness, and diversity. And once again, these are some things that if we feel like some of these are still valid, or some of them we want to add new ones to, we can do that during the strategic planning process. And then for the environmental scan, seek feedback from both the internal and external stakeholders. Your internal stakeholders are the board members, your staff, your management, your leadership. Your external stakeholders, these are going to be consumers or consumer groups, licensees, associations, anyone who is basically affected by the board or other boards that you work with. And we're going to get information from them on what they believe are the strengths and weaknesses for your board. So tied with the mission statement is the vision statement. And you can kind of think of the vision statement as what is your perfect world? If you accomplished every single one of your goals, what would it be? And that's your vision statement. And your current vision statement is the Dental Board of California will be a recognized leader in public protection, promotion of oral health, and access to quality care. And then these are your current goals. You have 4, which is a pretty good number for most boards. And goals are to differentiate them from objectives. These are your everyday things that you do. They're long-term, they're broad, and they give kind of a general direction of where you want to go as an organization. When we talk about objectives in just a little bit, those are much more narrow and specific and are only for the timeline of your strategic plan. And they should be based on kind of the information from the feedback that you receive. As I mentioned earlier, the objectives are going to be under each goal area. This is what we'll be creating during that strategic planning session. They'll be based on trends and issues and initiatives that are kind of current in today's mainstream, that your internal stakeholders and external stakeholders are saying, we need, help with this, etc. And these are things that you as a board would like to address during your strategic plan. And to give a little example, you can kind of imagine a strategic plan as like a house. Your mission, values, and visions are the foundation of that house. Your goals are the walls and the structure that kind of bring it all together. And then the objectives are, you can consider like furnishing. They're like your curtains and stuff that make the house a little bit nicer and are able to make it look good. And then once the strategic plan is all finalized and approved and posted on your website, we will do action planning with the staff, where here we evaluate resources, we identify tasks, assign responsibility. We'll create performance measures and assign ownership to each of those steps. You also get a nice little fancy tracker that the staff can use to kind of keep track of how they're doing on those objectives, and they can use, if they choose to, they can use that information to report out during your board meetings. And for measuring progress, we do performance measures, establishing how success will be measured, and monitoring and tracking, using those tracking tools and conducting regular checkups during the whole process. All right, and that is it. Are there any questions on the strategic planning process? I know it's a lot of information.
Well, thank you for your report. Are there any board comments on what you've just heard? You overwhelmed them.
It is a lot of information. I apologize.
Oh, Christy.
I appreciate you laying out the structure for that. It's a really good outline. If you've ever had the opportunity to do strategic planning before, this is a great outline. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tracy Montez. I just wanted to add that we anticipate that this will come back at the actual May board meeting. You'll go into the next phase of this. And we will have an item, or you will have an item that will provide an update on the current strategic plan, which many of those goals and objectives have been achieved. So you can see what's been done, and then if there's anything you want to carry over into the new strategic plan. So that will be provided to you then.
Thank you. Comments? More comments? Alan?
Felsenfeld, just quickly, is there a financial implication to this for us as a board? Or is this being supplied through DCA?
Oh, yes. This is we are part of like the centralized services. As far as I am aware, this is covered by pro rata. So there's no additional cost or anything to this. I'm a DCA employee, so you get me for not necessarily free, but from pro rata.
No comment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Tara.
Tara Welch, Board Counsel. Ms. Irani, when do you anticipate the environmental scan being completed for a presentation to the board?
For presentation, I believe when I talked with Christy and Tracy, we would begin strategic planning around June or July. Typically, that means the survey will go live then, and then the survey's open about 4 weeks. And then depending on the number of responses we get to that survey, probably need another 4 weeks to analyze and compile all that information. If it is in the thousands, I may need like 5 or 6 weeks. But I could probably, if I could, let me actually pull up when are the next meetings for dental board.
They're in August and November. Well, there's May, but the process won't begin until June or July. I don't think you'll have anything ready until August or for the August meeting. So
Probably,
the board
yeah.
is, looking at either holding a special meeting, not a special meeting, but a meeting scheduled outside of your normal quarterly meetings in October, or having an additional third day of a board meeting in November.
Yeah.
Felsenfeld, once again, I'm gonna yield to Dr. Montez, who's somewhat retired and on a program of exercise running up and down the aisle. So, Dr. Montez.
So for the May board meeting, you will have an update on the current strategic plan, because I think that's important for you to have going into your next planning. And then I probably would encourage you to have a third day rather than having an additional board meeting, just because of the dynamics of getting everybody together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I go now? Okay, thank you, Dr. Montez. With respect to development of the strategic plan, I've been involved in other organizations putting together strategic plans. With respect to that, how much of the work is going to be done by our board members versus through DCA and through the expertise that you and your group have?
So the board members are included for like providing feedback and during the actual strategic planning process, where you'll be given that report ahead of time so you can read and kind of write down your own thoughts. And then during that session, it's like a workshop where we go through each goal area, we kind of talk over the weaknesses, and then you as the board members will come up with what you believe are the important issues from that feedback. And then for that, it's kind of like a brainstorming session. It's like a first draft. So we won't be focusing too much on how everything's like worded properly. I do all that refinement afterwards offline, because a lot of wordsmithing can take a while. And I don't want to make you do a 4-day board meeting. But you get that draft copy afterwards, and then at your next board meeting, you have a chance to review and approve and to make edits if you wish.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other board comments? Go ahead, Kristen.
Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer. So just for the board members' awareness, if we add the third day to the November board meeting, it would be November 5th. So we'd have a 3-day board meeting then.
Any other comments from the board? All right, what an adventure we're going to go through. Let's see, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
All right, and I'll switch over to my moderator voice. For any members of the public who are currently online, you can request to make a public comment by raising your hand or clicking the Q&A button down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Well, thank you. What an adventure we're going to head for.
Thank you. At this point, I'll go ahead and turn my camera off.
Let's move on to agenda item 12A, update on dental licensure and permit statistics. We are on page 221 through 232 on the printed meeting materials. Going to ask Eddie, licensing and exam unit manager, to present this item. Go ahead.
Hi, Jody Ortiz.
Jody, sorry.
Yes.
I know, my tongue got, yeah. My tongue, lapsus linguis, slip of the tongue.
I'll be presenting agenda item 12A today. This memo provides an overview of application statistics, law and ethics examination statistics, and licensing and permit statistics for the dental licensing and examination divisions. In addition, information was requested at the prior board meeting for pediatric endorsements issued under moderate sedation permit and medical general anesthesia permits to this report. And this data is as of December 31st, 2024. And can be found on pages 228 of your meeting materials. And moving forward for future board meetings, this information will be inserted into the license statistics. Also want to note that moderate sedation permit holders who apply for an under 7 pediatric endorsement is also approved for an under 13 pediatric endorsement. And then beginning on page 230 of your meeting materials, the tables provide statistics on current and active dental licenses by county and on the population per dental licenses from fiscal years 22-23 through fiscal years 24-25. Yuba County has the highest population per dentist, and both Sierra and Alpine counties have the lowest population per dentist. And there is no action requested on this item.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any board member comment on this report? There's no action that's requested at this time. Any comment? Seeing none, is there any in-person public comment? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or use the Q&A button at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item 12B, report on the Commission on Dental Competency Assessment, Western Regional Examining Board, and the Council of Interstate Testing Agencies, CDCA, REB, and CITA. Do we have someone? Okay, it looks like we have someone, Gary Champagne. Oh, Guy Champagne.
Yes.
Guy, we're ready for you.
Well, good. And I'm happy to be with you again, although virtually. And thank you for allowing me to give you a little update on what's happening with the ADEX examination and CDCA REB-CETA. One of the, I'll keep the report brief. I'm sure you'll be happy with that as well. Last year, there were absolutely no patient-based exams, and ADEX has promulgated a new rule which doesn't recognize or allow patient-based exams even if a school requests it. Surprisingly, some schools had requested it the year before, but there will be no patient-based exams. If you're interested in how many people take the ADEX exam, of about 7,000 graduates each year, 6,836 of those graduates take the ADEX exam, and the California cohort is 776 candidates. So they're about 1 out of every 10 candidates come from California schools. I don't know if I can, I can share my screen. Good, because I'll show you a slide that might be interested in seeing. Let's see if it'll work. No, because the WebEx won't let me, but I'll forward you that. And it compares the California graduates by each of the 5 clinical performance exams and the pass rates compared to the national cohort. There's not a big mystery there. California does equal to or slightly better than candidates nationally, slightly better, especially in PROS. That's probably the biggest difference. Some of the other issues, we have just completed our occupational analysis. And probably the most interesting change in the occupational analysis is that periodontal scaling, which has not made the criticality cut score for the last 18 years, now easily makes the cut score for dentists. That is a change in what entry-level dentists do. There's lots of theories on why that might have occurred, but as a result, that's going to affect the blueprint of the exam, and the periodontal scaling component, which is not the periodontal exam. We do that didactically on our computerized OSCE, but that will be a mandatory portion probably starting next year. We're going to realign the blueprint and do the crosswalk analysis over this year. And of course, California, your representatives will be participating. So make sure you send your representatives to ADEX so they can get involved in that portion. That's really the update that I have. The one final thing that I can share with you is, because the 3 major testing agencies have merged and we're just doing one, and we essentially do 95% of the graduates in the United States, we now know ultimate pass rates. It was something we could never determine in the past because the data wasn't shared. We didn't know attempts across exams, but we now do know. And so it's easier to talk about the percentage of candidates who are unsuccessful, and that composite number is about 0.5 to 1.5% of candidates never are able to pass the exam, at least in a 1-year period as we follow them through all attempts. Longitudinally, we'll know that number year over year as everyone's given a unique identifier that stays with them. But to give you an idea, that comports pretty well with the USMLE Physician's Licensure Examination Series, a similar pass rate. So that makes us happy both on how the exam is performed as well as how well dental schools are performing. So they're doing as well as their cohorts in medicine. And that is my report. So I won't waste any more of your time, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your report. Significant shift in the trend in dentistry licensing exams, non-human. And then significant, and thank you for your report on the California lens. We appreciate that also. Is there any other board comment? Seeing none. Let's see, is there any in-person public comment? Jessica, okay. Is there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator and members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Champlain.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Okay, we're on to the next item, agenda item 13A, general anesthesia and sedation permits, inspections and evaluation statistics. We're on page 234 to 244 of the printed meeting materials. We're going to ask Jessica Olney, anesthesia unit manager, to present this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Chan, and good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jessica Olney. I'm the anesthesia unit manager, and I'll be presenting this agenda item. Included in this material is a memo which provides statistical overview of the board administered on-site inspections and evaluations for general anesthesia, medical general anesthesia, and moderate sedation permits. Also included is an update on the current evaluator pool. This is provided as informational, and I am available to answer any questions that you might have.
Do we have any questions or commentary from the board members? Seeing none, any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We're on agenda item 13B, discussion and possible action regarding appointment of general anesthesia, medical general anesthesia, and moderate sedation permit evaluators. We're on page 245 to 265 of the printed materials. Ms. Olney.
Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Chan. To give a brief background, the board conducts on-site inspections and evaluations of general anesthesia, medical general anesthesia, and moderate sedation permit applicants and permit holders. The evaluation includes the facility, equipment, personnel, and procedures that are used. The evaluation team consists of 2 or more evaluators for the first evaluation, or if an applicant has failed an evaluation. For each subsequent evaluation, only 1 evaluator is required. The evaluators provide an independent evaluation and make recommendations of a passed evaluation, conditional approval, failed simulated emergency, or failed evaluation. Evaluations are subject matter experts approved by the board who must meet specific criteria included in the first 2 pages of this memo. We ask that the board consider the staff's recommendations to appoint the evaluators listed, and I am available to answer any of your questions.
Do we have any board member discussion? Seeing none. As we move on, there's going to be 17 evaluator candidates who are listed on pages 246 to 248 of the meeting materials, and we will need a motion and second for each candidate. Is there a motion and a second? And please state the name, your name, and who was second? Yes. We're on page 246, 247, and
Mr.
248.
President, if you don't mind, as we've done in the past, there's a lot of work and we'd like to get through it, honoring these people and recognizing these people, but without spending a lot of time. And I will be happy to, as chair of the anesthesia committee, to move each of these people for their particular job. Someone else can second it, and then you can go through your discussions, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's do that then. So we're ready to go. The first nomination will be for Dr. Karen Bagdasarian to be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
You second.
Any board comments? Any in-person public comment? Any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device.
Motion on each one.
All right. And it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay. Madam Secretary, may we have the vote, please?
The motion is to appoint Dr. Karen Bagdasarian as evaluator for moderate sedation permit. Chan,
Aye.
Cheng,
Aye.
Cheng, aye. David,
David, I.
David, aye. Felsenfeld,
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, aye. Forge,
Forge, aye.
Forge, aye. Larin, aye. Medina,
Medina, I.
Medina, aye. Olage,
Olagi, aye.
Olage, aye. Thakur,
Aye.
Thakur, aye. You,
I.
aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. I would move that we approve Dr. Amandeep Bular to conduct evaluations for moderate sedation permits.
David, second.
Is there any board comment? Any in-person comment? Seeing none? Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? A moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right. And it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board Secretary, can you take the vote, please?
Motion to appoint Amandeep Bular as a moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chan,
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Cheng,
Chang, aye.
aye. David,
David, I.
David, aye. Felsenfeld,
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, aye. Forge,
Forge, aye.
Forge, aye. Larin, aye. Medina,
Medina, I.
Medina, aye. Olage,
Olagi, aye.
Olage, aye. Thakur,
Aye.
Thakur, aye. You,
I.
you, aye. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Devin Dalla be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Any board comments? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment. Yeah, there's no
right,
request.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes for this.
Motion to approve Dr. Devin Dalla as a moderate sedation evaluator. Chan,
Chan, aye.
Chen, aye. Cheng,
Chang, aye.
Cheng, aye. David,
David, abstain.
David, abstain. Felsenfeld,
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, aye. Forge,
Forge, aye.
Forge, aye. Larin, aye. Medina,
Medina, I.
Medina, aye. Olage,
Olagi, aye.
Olage, aye. Thakur,
Aye.
Thakur, aye. You,
I.
you, aye. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Eric Driver be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Chang, second.
Any board comments? Seeing none. Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Board Secretary, please call the
Motion-
roll
Yes,
and
motion to,
record the votes.
thank you. Motion to appoint Dr. Eric Driver as a moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chan,
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Cheng,
Chang, aye.
Cheng, aye. David,
David, I.
David, aye. Felsenfeld,
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, aye. Forge,
George, I.
George, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur.
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You.
You, I.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Mario Flores be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Are there any board comments? Seeing none. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
As a moderator and members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. Audio only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes for this motion.
Motion to appoint Dr. Mario Flores as evaluator for moderate sedation permit. Chan.
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng.
Chang, I.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Phil, I. Forge.
George, I.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur.
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You.
You, I.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Hamed Javadi be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Got a second? I'll second. Any board comments? Seeing none?
I have a comment.
Who's speaking?
Um,
Thakur?
Can you hear me? This is Dr. Thakur.
Yes, identify yourself when you speak. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's interesting. He says it's his type of practice is dental public health. Is that the specialty training that that he has? And how does that qualify him as an evaluator for general anesthesia?
Felsenfeld, Dr. Thakur, dental public health is a recognized specialty, and people can go and become board certified in it and be a dental public health dentist by training. It is not impossible that part of that training would include moderate sedation, but he has to have that appropriate credential as well. And I would imagine that staff has vetted him as appropriate for this. And he can be a dental health dentist who does. General dentists can do this. Other dentists can do this as well. So he's one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Seeing none. Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Is there any public comments from individuals participating in WebEx? DCA monitor, please. Please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
All right. Let's move on. Oh,
Motion.
Board Secretary, please
yes,
take the roll and record the vote.
Motion to appoint Dr. Hamed Javadi for evaluator for moderate sedation permit. Chan.
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng.
Chang, I.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
George, I.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur.
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You.
You, I.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that I have a little computer glitch, so I'm going to go back and forth if you'll excuse me. Dr. Anthony Lozano be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation.
You, second.
Any other board comment? Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Any public comment via WebEx? From individuals participating via WebEx, DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device.
It's just not coming through.
All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board Secretary,
The
please call the roll and record the votes.
motion to approve the appointment of Dr. Anthony Lizano for evaluator for the moderate sedation permit. Chen.
Chan, aye.
Chen, I. Cheng.
Chang, aye.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Phil, I. Forge.
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Takur.
Takurai.
Takur, I. You.
UI.
You, I. Motion passes.
Thank you.
I move that Dr. Joseph Miller be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation.
Can I get a second?
Chang, second.
Chang, second. Any board comment? Seeing none. Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Any public comment via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. Members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please take the roll and record the
Motion-
votes.
Sorry, motion to approve the appointment of Dr. Joseph Miller as moderate sedation evaluator. Chen.
Chan, aye.
Chen, I. Cheng.
Chang, aye.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Takur.
Takurai.
Takur, I. You.
UI.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Oman Lego of Bude be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation.
Got a second? Gonna get a second? Olage, second. Any board comment? Seeing none. Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click that raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please take the roll and record the votes.
The motion is to appoint Dr. Omonlego Obude as moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chen.
Chan, aye.
Chen, I. Cheng.
Chang, aye.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Takur.
Takurai.
Takur, I. You.
UI.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Surisha Penumecha be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation.
David, second.
Oh, okay.
Are there any other board comments? Seeing none. Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx, DCA monitor? Please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please take the roll and record the votes.
Motion is to appoint Dr. Surisha Penumpache as moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chen.
Chan, aye.
Chen, I. Cheng.
Chang, aye.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge, aye.
George, I, Larin, I, Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I, Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I, Thakur.
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I, you.
You I.
You, I. Motion passes.
I
Thank
move-
you.
I move that we approve the application of Dr. Arti Puri to be an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
You second.
Any board comments? Seeing none, any in-person public comment? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
As a moderator, members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please take the roll and then record the votes.
Motion to appoint Dr. Arti Puri as moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chan.
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng.
Chang, I.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge I.
Forge, I. Larin. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur. Dr. Thakur.
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You.
You I.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Jose Sanchez be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation.
Medina, second.
Are there any other board comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
As a moderator, for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please take the roll and record the votes.
The motion is to approve Dr. Jose Sanchez as a moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chan.
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng.
Chang, I.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge I.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur.
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You.
You I.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Krikor Simonian be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Chang, second.
Any board comments? Seeing none, any in-person comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
As a moderator, for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click that raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes.
Motion to appoint Dr. Krikor Simonian as moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chan.
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng.
Chang, I.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge I.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur.
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You.
You I.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Harjinder Singh be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Medina, second.
Are there any other board comments? No. Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
As a moderator, for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes.
Motion to appoint Dr. Hardinger Zing as a moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chan?
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng?
Chang, aye.
Cheng, I. David?
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld?
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge?
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina?
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage?
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur?
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You?
You, aye.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. James Sandring be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Olagi, second.
Any board comments? Seeing none. Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, I shall close that Q&A panel.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes for this motion.
Motion to appoint Dr. James Standring as moderate sedation evaluator for permits. Chan?
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng?
Chang, I.
Cheng, I. David?
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld?
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge?
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina?
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage? Olage, I. Thakur?
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You?
You, aye.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Yusuke Suzuki be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Chang.
Second.
Any board comments? Seeing none. Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Is there any comments, public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA monitor, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and take the votes.
Motion to approve Dr. Yuzuki Suzuki as moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chan?
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng?
Chang, I.
Cheng, I. David?
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld?
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge?
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina?
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage?
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur?
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You?
Aye.
You, I. Motion passes.
I move that Dr. Ann Y be approved as an evaluator for moderate sedation permits.
Chang, second.
Any board comments? Seeing none. Any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes for this motion.
Motion to appoint Dr. Ann Y as moderate sedation permit evaluator. Chan?
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng?
Chang, I.
Cheng, I. David?
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld?
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge?
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina?
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage?
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur?
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You?
You, aye.
You, I. Motion passes. Woo!
Thank you. I would like to, once again, this is a long, hard job, and thank you to all of us for doing all this. But most important, I want to thank and congratulate all of the newly appointed anesthesia evaluators.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And this is, we do thank each of these evaluators for stepping forward and protecting the public. So thank you all. Let's move on now to agenda item 14A, presentation of Attorney General's annual report on accusations prosecuted for Department of Consumer Affairs Client Agencies Business and Professions Code, Section 312.2, January 1st, 2025. We are on page 266 to 319 of the printed materials. I'm going to ask Mr. Carl Sone.
Sani.
Sane, sorry. The Senior Assistant Attorney General from the Office of Attorney General, Department of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Sane.
Thank you, members of the board, members of the dental board staff, and the public who are watching. It's a pleasure to be before you this afternoon to talk about the Attorney General's work for the Dental Board of California. For those of you who have your materials handy, the report starts on page 266 or so of your materials, and the page which I will spend most time on is located on page 291 of your materials, or page 22 of the report. So let me introduce myself. My name is Carl Sane. I am, as indicated, the Senior Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General, in charge of the licensing section. I oversee a group of over 100 attorneys and legal staff who work to prosecute actions on behalf of the Department of Consumer Affairs licensing agencies, as well as other agencies. Of the 36 DCA agencies that are reported in this report, we represent, I believe, 25 of them. Let's flip the slide here. One more. Perfect. So this afternoon, I'm going to break up my presentation into 4 parts. First, I will talk about the background of the report that I will be discussing. Then the data collection process, which our office engages in to get to the numbers that are reported. Then I'm going to cover the report as it describes the results of all DCA agencies. And then finally, I will focus on the report specific to the dental board numbers this past fiscal year. Slide, please. So the origin of this report goes way back to 2015 when SB 467 was passed in order for the legislature to see the work of the Attorney General in the prosecution of its accusations on behalf of the dental board. That law became effective in 2016, and it's found in Business and Professions Code 3112. And just for a little bit of extra background, Business and Professions Code Section 312 governs the report that the Department of Consumer Affairs prepares annually for the legislature, covering much of the same data, but from the perspective of the Department of Consumer Affairs. And then Section 312.1 presents similar data from the perspective of the Office of Administrative Hearings. All 3 organizations, that is the client licensing agencies, the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the Office of Attorney General, work together to tighten up the timeframes it takes for accusation matters to go from the time of the filing of a complaint by a consumer to the final resolution of the consumer's complaint. And so you have to almost look at all the data together, but today I'll only be speaking as to the role of the Attorney General. The first report that we prepared came out on January 1st, 2018, and covered the prior fiscal year. And the current report is the 8th one, and it covers the fiscal year from 2023 to 2024. And as indicated, we focus on just the 25 agencies of our client base, while the Health Quality Enforcement section, which represents, among other things, the medical board, represents 11 licensing agencies. Slide, please. So how do we go about getting all the data that's reported here? We use a customized version of a major digital file keeping system called ProLaw, and it's our case management system. In licensing and HQE together, there are about 200 ProLaw users, and we are training, and we train all of the staff about how to measure and input into this database the various markers, or we call them milestones, that show the progress of a case from beginning to the end of our office's involvement. Twice a year, the paralegals in the licensing section will audit that data and validate it to make sure that there are no data errors, that every event that happens, such as the filing of a pleading, is recorded accurately and documented in our electronic system. So we feel pretty confident that the data we'll be talking about today is accurate. Slide, please. So looking at all agencies within the Department of Consumer Affairs together, you can see 5 of the key measurements that we'll be looking at. For purposes of our presentation, I've taken the data not only from this year, but the prior fiscal year, just so you can see if there's a rough similarity between the two. So a little more than half of the work that we get from the Department of Consumer Affairs is for the filing of accusations. Accusations, as I'm sure you know as members of the board, are charges of unprofessional conduct that violate the laws applicable to each licensing agency. We do other work as well, citations. We do petitions to revoke probation, petitions for reinstatement, and a lot of other type of work, including litigation in the superior courts. But this report is only as to the accusation proceedings. We have seen a continuing increase in the number of referrals. So this year, we had 2,666 referrals from our client agencies, which is a 5% increase. And that is an increase that could be attributed to COVID. When COVID came down, it impacted pretty much all of our clients in making it a little more challenging for matters to get processed. We now feel like we're out of that area, that time frame now, and the referrals are kind of going up to where we would expect and hope them to be. So we're very pleased with the amount of referrals that we're seeing from the Department of Consumer Affairs. The next statistic on rejected. So what does rejected refers to? Rejected means a case gets referred to us, and for one of many reasons, it gets rejected so that we will not prosecute that case. That can happen for a variety of reasons. One reason that is often seen is the death of a respondent. Another is that in the course of looking at the file, we find that there's a legal or an evidentiary impediment in proceeding further. Sometimes when we see an evidentiary gap that we need to correct, we will ask clients to send us further investigative material. And that happens, as you can see from the statistics, about 10% of the time. And that usually is effective in correcting a gap. It could be a missing witness statement, maybe a victim or consumer whose interview needs to be updated. Any one of a number of things can require further investigation. The final issue is adjudicated matters. What does adjudicated matters means? Well, the definition of all these terms are at the first 10 pages or so of the report. And basically, adjudicated as used in this report means that the work of the Office of Attorney General is complete. We have done our part in the prosecution of this case. That could be by submitting a stipulated settlement to the client agencies, the dental board in this case. It could be from taking the matter to hearing and having the matter submitted to an administrative law judge, because from there, the Office of Administrative Hearings is responsible for quickly processing the case and preparing a proposed decision. So this will be the data I'll be talking about. Next slide. So this now is as to the dental board metrics. So how many accusations were referred to our office this past year, we saw 95, a pretty dramatic increase from the previous year. And I think the one thing I can say with confidence is that the enforcement arm of the dental board is certainly robust and very active, which pleases us. We only saw 2 matters rejected, and as a percentage of the referrals, as you can see, that's a very small percentage, better than maybe the agencies as a whole. Next slide. So further investigations, we saw from the prior fiscal year to the fiscal year that we're reporting on, 23-24, 15 of the, I believe it is 95 cases. And that's an increase, but itself is not what from my perspective, is not material or much suggestive of anything. In the same way that we're getting further investigation received, an increase, and that in looking at all of these metrics, you have to bear in mind that the various data crosses over from one fiscal year to another. So you can't really make a determination on one data point without looking at a history. And the evidence here is, we think is pleasing, it's satisfactory, it's not remarkable. Next slide, please. And again, this one shows an increase of the filing of accusations from 48 to 95, which again shows that robust enforcement action that the dental board is taking. Next slide, please. In this matter, we see accusations withdrawn, and what does that kind of show? And accusations adjudicated. Accusations withdrawn means that we filed a case on behalf of the dental board in this data set, but it means that later we concluded that the accusation should be withdrawn and the client agency agreed with us. What are some of the common reasons why an accusation can be withdrawn? Again, it can be withdrawn due to the death of a licensee. It can also be a function of the fact that more evidence comes to light during the course of the exchange of discovery materials between the parties. And it may show something significant, that maybe there is some very significant mitigating information that makes us and the client agency conclude that the interests of justice indicate that the accusation should be withdrawn. So I never view accusations withdrawn in a negative light. It means that the system is working from my perspective. The matters adjudicated decreased this year, but given the increase in the number of referrals, I'm not particularly, that seems, from my perspective, good. Next slide. Now, this is one of these data points that we measure in interval. So we measure various intervals, but in this case, we look at the time from the time of the accusation referral is received to the time when it's filed. So that means we get the case, a package of documents from the client agency, and we examine it and we determine whether or not grounds for filing an accusation exist. And if so, we then prepare a charging document, and that charging document then is submitted to the client for prosecution, and it's filed when it is signed. And that time period shows 76 days. That one of my goals is to get those dates below 90 days, which has historically not always been easy. For the dental board here, it's 76 days, so that's pleasing. Accusations filed after further investigation. What this suggests is that after we receive further investigation, we have been able to act promptly in evaluating that additional material and then filing. And so we've seen that period between the further investigation and the filing date has basically been halved in this time frame, which again is a positive development. Next slide. So here we look at the accusation filed to settlement. Remember that a case can be adjudicated a lot of different ways. One way is through settlement. And if it is settled, we look at how long did it take for the case to be settled after it was filed. In 22-23, that was 380 days. By the way, from my personal goal, I'm not speaking beyond my own hope and expectations, is that we get that time frame below all of our adjudications to less than 360 days. And this case, it was 380 days for a settlement. This past year, we got it down to 289, which among other things is obviously a good number, but I attribute a lot of that also to the staff of the dental board that works with us effectively to determining an appropriate settlement to propose to the board for its consideration. The number below it is the number of days between an accusation filing to the default of a licensee. In 22-23, it was 165 days. This year, with roughly the same volume, 14 and 15 cases, it got down to 97 days. Again, that shows effective work on both your staff's part, as well as our office working hard to get defaults processed. Next slide, please. This is one that I like to look at, again, just to see how we're doing vis-a-vis one fiscal year to another. And this shows the time from an accusation being filed to a hearing being requested. So this means that we have received the accusation, it's been filed, and we, in the interval, have received a notice of defense. And usually after the notice of defense, the next task we look at, if we can't settle the case promptly, and there will be settlement discussions after the notice of defense is filed, we then request a hearing before the Office of Administrative Hearings. And then the other interval that we measure is the hearing date received from the Office of Administrative Hearing to the time when the hearing is commenced. So the accusation filed to hearing requested, you saw again a decrease of 150 days to 134 days, which again is an improvement. From the hearing date received to hearing date commenced, we again saw, frankly, a dramatic improvement from 228 days to 129 days. And if you add up those numbers, and I'll caution you a little bit about adding numbers up, it went from 378 days to 263 days. What I would just caution you to understand is that there's a whole body of cases that are going into this whole population. And these numbers are really favorable and they look favorable, but never assume that it's the same case that is being measured in accusations filed to hearing requested. That same case may not be in the population of cases that show the hearing date received to hearing commenced. But it is suggestive that we have made a dramatic improvement, again, with the staff of the dental board in shortening the time from the time when an accusation is filed to the time when the hearing actually commences. Next slide. This is the last slide of my presentation. And again, it's a cautionary note because one, we had measured these various data points, these intervals, and we are always looking for ways to improve them. It's a complicated process because there are 3 agencies involved, the client agencies, our office, as well as the Office of Administrative Hearings. And so we all work together to improve these periods, and they are, in fact, we have seen improvement here this past fiscal year. But cases sometimes are different. And I would caution you that even though the dental board's cases look really good, and they are, you always have to be cautious comparing one agency against another. So the report that you have reports on all 36 agencies, but you should not assume that the data for one agency can be really compared to the data of another agency. The complexity of a given agency's work can make the results slow down just because of the need for expert assistance, for example. The time to investigate, if further investigation can be complicated when there are consumers and perhaps privacy documents that need to be sought in order to prosecute a case. In addition to which, not to make too light of my own position as an attorney, but attorneys tend to, and I say this for opposing counsel, attorneys' involvement tends to slow the case down. Is that a bad thing? In California, it is not necessarily a bad thing. The presence of opposing counsel ensures that our licensees are getting representation, they're getting due process, and that's the role of an attorney. But as you might imagine, when attorneys get involved, they can be protective of everyone's rights, appropriately so, and that can, in fact, sometimes slow the process down. We strive to adjudicate cases as quickly as possible, but we do need to ensure that due process is complied with. And that's a function that both the client agency staff and us works to evaluate the merits of every given case and to only bring to hearing or to an adjudication those cases which are appropriate to be adjudicated. That concludes my report. Again, I want to thank the staff of the Dental Board for really the terrific work they do. The work of licensees in the dental board arena is complex. And that means that the investigations can be complex and can involve experts and sometimes multiple experts. So I just want to compliment your work as well as the work of the staff in actually getting numbers that look so pleasing from my perspective resolved this past year. That concludes my presentation, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sani. And please extend our thanks to your colleagues. Each one of those statistics took time to get there. And we appreciate the time and expertise to get us there. There are a lot of steps to get us there. And then extend our thanks also to your colleagues for the learning curve they have to go on to see what our universe in healthcare looks like or should look like. So thank them. Are there any other board comments? Go ahead.
Robert David, board member. What can the board do to help drive continuous improvement in the measures that you just went over with us?
I will say something that's generic to, I think, all client agencies within the Department of Consumer Affairs. Staffing is always an issue that I know our clients are seeking, which is to have the adequate number of personnel to evaluate cases, investigate cases. That's not unique to the dental board. That's true for all agencies. To get the very best can sometimes be a lot of effort. When we do hire, when we interact with our client agencies personnel, they are really high quality people. But sometimes, you know, if there's a retirement, it can take time to fill those positions. So I saw all the evaluators you approved today. It's that type of work to make sure that staffing is complete as best as you can do, and that really helps our work. It's just to see that the client has all the resources it needs to send their cases to our office for evaluation.
Any other board comments? Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Sani, Tara Welch, Board Counsel. I don't think your staff gets recognized enough. The board's DAG liaison, Daniel McGee, is outstanding. His institutional knowledge of the Office of the Attorney General and dental board procedures is extremely helpful, especially when the board goes through executive officer transitions. His willingness to assist the client is also outstanding. There have been recent instances where he's had to pivot very quickly and represent the board on an expeditious manner. And I just, as board counsel, really appreciate his abilities and the assistance he provides to this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board comments? Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Sani, again. We're going to
Thank
move
you for your
on.
time this afternoon.
Thank you. We're going to move to agenda item 14B, enforcement, review of statistics and trends. We're on page 320 to 327 of the printed materials. We're going to ask Chief Ryan Blonian, Enforcement Chief, to present.
21-year-old rookie police. He may be armed. Don't mess
Thank
with
you.
him.
Our statistics are contained in the report. We continue to trudge forward with a variety and a cornucopia of cases that cover many different topics and areas of dentistry. We are currently in the process of hiring 2 sworn peace officers and I believe 2 special investigators. So I hope that by our next board meeting, we have some of that filled.
Okay. Any other board discussion on the statistics? Seeing none, any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator. Moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, let's move on to agenda item 15A, diversion program report and statistics. We're on page 328 of the printed materials. I'm going to ask Ms. Bell to present this agenda item.
Thank you. Christy Bell, Assistant Executive Officer. I am presenting the diversion program report and statistics. There is a table on page 328 for your informational purposes only. I did want to note that there is a correction to this table from the November 2024 Dental Board meeting memorandum. The number of participants was incorrect, and this has been corrected in the table below. Additionally, as an update, as of January 1st, 2025, the board has a new program administrator, and that is Premier Health Group.
All right, are there any board member discussions? Seeing none, is there any in-person public comment? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Okay, thank you. We are now, oh my goodness, already on agenda item 16. And it is, let's see. Executive Officer Recruitment and Selection Process. We're on pages 329, 338.
Wilbur or Olivia Trejo?
Let's take a 15-minute break. What
You
time
never
is
like
it?
to do that. It's
Oh.
just 2:43 and 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Oh, who's doing this?
Okay.
Whole lot. Except for that moderator and monitor.
And I didn't use his. Let's call this back. Oh, my
Good thing they
goodness.
missed that.
Uh-huh.
Brutality here.
Where the heck am I?
You're in the
16A, Executive Officer Recruitment and Selection Process. We're on pages 329 to 338. We're going to ask Catherine Batchelor online, Appointments and Recruitment Specialist, Office of Human Resources, to present this agenda item. Ms. Batchelor.
Good afternoon. Greetings, President Chan and board members. My name is Catherine Batchelor, and I am the Appointments and Recruitment Specialist for the Department of Consumer Affairs, Office of Human Resources. I want to thank you and the board for the opportunity to be here today and to provide an overview of the Executive Officer Recruitment and Selection process, and to review the duty statement and recruitment announcement to obtain any recommended changes you may have. Last week, I had emailed you a copy of the duty statement and recruitment announcement with instructions. I understand these were also provided to you in your meeting agenda material. I will begin with the Executive Officer Recruitment and Selection process at this time. Please feel free to let me know if you have any questions along the way. Today, the board will appoint a 2-member search committee, also known as the Selection Committee. The search committee shall be able to dedicate time and effort to assist the board with preliminary hiring and recruitment efforts in the selection of a new executive officer. The search committee members are chosen by the board. Today, the board will also have the opportunity to review and finalize the executive officer duty statement and recruitment announcement, which will be used for the executive officer advertisement. The executive officer advertisement is typically advertised for 30 days and is published on the California Department of Human Resources, also known as CalHR, Careers platform, and in the Capital Morning Report. If you choose to advertise outside these platforms, I will work with the search committee and provide a link to the CalHR posting that can be distributed. During the advertisement period, I or a designee will work directly with the search committee to determine preliminary interview questions and interview dates. I or a designee will serve as the contact on the advertisement and will provide the search committee the applications received each Friday on a flow basis until the final filing date. The search committee will review and screen applications received based on the desirable qualifications and determine which candidates qualify for preliminary and/or final interviews. Preliminary interviews are recommended if a large candidate pool is received. These would be conducted by the search committee. Reference checks will be conducted on the top candidates prior to final interviews in front of the entire board. At a next scheduled board meeting in closed session, final interviews will be conducted for the top candidates that are recommended by the search committee. The selection of the next executive officer will require a vote by board members. The name of the selected candidate must be kept confidential until all non-selected candidates have been notified of the decision. The selected candidate will also be subject to criminal offender record information, also known as CORI clearance, which will be facilitated by the Office of Human Resources. CORI clearance is obtained through fingerprint submission to the Department of Justice in response to a request for criminal conviction review. Once the selected candidate has passed CORI, the board will work with the department's communication division to make the formal announcement. On the effective date of the appointment, the oath of office must be administered, which may be administered by the board president or board member in person. Guidance on the oath administration will be provided accordingly by the Office of Human Resources. That concludes the Executive Officer Recruitment and Selection Process overview. At this time, I would like to afford the board the opportunity to ask any questions you may have regarding the process.
Are there any board questions or discussions on the process? Seeing none. Are there any in-person public comments on the process? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click that raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Let's go on to agenda item 16B, discussion and possible action on process for recruitment and selection of an executive officer. We're on page 329 of the meeting materials. Ms. Batchelor.
Okay. Next, I'd like to review and discuss the duty statement and recruitment announcement that are part of the agenda. Executive Officer Tracy Montez has reviewed both documents and her edits have been incorporated. The Office of Human Resources has also reviewed the documents to bring standard language current. First, I'd like to bring your attention to the duty statement. I hope you all had the opportunity to review it and now ask if you have any updates you would like to make to the duty statement.
Okay. Are there any, let's see. We have let's ask for board member discussion first. Are there any questions on that? Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Robert David, I'm assuming, never having gone through this before on a licensing board, that this is similar to how other health licensing boards do recruitments for EOs. Is this, I mean, specifically the medical board? I was just kind of, I think I had reached out to you and asked for to see how the medical board did it. I was just kind of curious for my own edification.
The process is essentially the same. For the
Okay.
recruitment process.
Okay. And so the application process and the is essentially the same because it's an exempt position. It's an appointed position, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board discussion? Let's do a motion on this one. I'll move it. Let's move to delegate to the DCA Office of Human Resources the authority to advertise the position of executive officer and coordinate and set interviews of candidates for the position. And Felsenfeld second. Any other board discussion or on the motion itself? Seeing none, is there any in-person public comment? Seeing none, are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
All right, thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes for this motion. Do you want me to repeat the motion?
I'll repeat it. Motion to delegate to the DCA Office of Human Resources the authority to advertise the position of executive officer and coordinate and set interviews of candidates for the position. Chan.
Chan, aye.
Chan, I. Chang.
Chang, aye.
Chang, I. David.
David, aye.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Felsenfeld, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, aye.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Thakur.
Thakur, aye.
Thakur, I. You.
You aye.
You, I. Motion passes.
Thank you. Let's move on to agenda item 16C, review and possible action on revised executive officer duty statement and the recruitment announcement. They're on pages 330 and 338. And Ms. Batchelor, let's go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So the recruitment announcement and the duty statement have both been already reviewed by Tracy Montez as well as the Office of Human Resources. I hope you had time to review the duty statement. Do you have any changes at this time?
Any questions from the board? Okay, can we get a motion?
Felsenfeld, I move that we adopt the executive officer duty statement as shown in the meeting packet.
Gonna, that was Medina. All right.
Want to do this too? So that's the same thing. We're not making.
Any other board comment? Seeing none. Any public comment in person? Seeing none. Are there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DGA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you, Board Secretary. Let's repeat the motion and then call the roll.
Yes, the
And then vote.
motion is to adopt Executive Officer duty statement as shown in the meeting packet. Chan.
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng.
Chang, aye.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Nelsonville, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Takur.
Takur, aye.
Takur, I. You.
You, aye.
You, I. Motion passes.
We already did the announcement, right? RMC? No, we're past that.
Recruitment announcement.
Yes.
Okay.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, next we will review the recruitment announcement. Please refer to the desirable qualifications section, and I ask you at this time if you have any changes or additions or deletions to this section.
Okay, any board discussion on this? It's on the printed materials. Can I get a motion? I'll move it. I'm going to move to approve the recruitment announcement as shown in the meeting packet.
You second.
Any board discussion? Any in-person public discussion or comments? Seeing none, any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for
yeah,
public
okay.
comment.
This is the moderator, and for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. In audio-only participants, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Board Secretary? would
Yes, the
you-
motion is to approve a recruitment announcement as shown in meeting packet. Chan.
Chan, I.
Chan, I. Cheng.
Chang, aye.
Cheng, I. David.
David, I.
David, I. Felsenfeld.
Nelsonville, aye.
Felsenfeld, I. Forge.
Forge, aye.
Forge, I. Larin, I. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, I. Olage.
Olagi, aye.
Olage, I. Takur.
Takur, aye.
Takur, I. You.
You, aye.
You, I. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Make- that's what we have to-
Okay, we're on agenda item 16D, discussion and possible action on appointment of an executive officer selection committee. And is there any member discussion on this? I'm going to take the note from the Board Administrative Manual and recommend that I populate that committee and Dr. Felsenfeld populate the committee. Any board comments on that? Okay. Do I do the motion first?
It's an appointment. I don't think it has to be approved.
Okay.
Is it?
Is there any in-person public comments?
Okay.
Seeing none, is there any public comments from individuals participating via WebEx? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
Just there.
Oh,
It's an
This is-
appointment of the committee.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. In audio-only participants, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device.
It's just a point.
All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We are done with 16D. Wow. Hopefully the process will go as fast.
Let's hope.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments. And
You're
we will
welcome.
keep in touch and you'll keep in touch with us.
Yes, I'll make
Thank-
sure to send an email to the search committee so that way you have my information.
You will be with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to agenda item 17, and we're going to conclude the open session and go to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30, February 7th. Thank you. Thank you for being patient with me.
One thing that we did not.
All right, this is the moderator. I'm going to put us into that private session. One moment.